Bam. So here we go. Last thing we did was undue influence and duress, chapter 11. Let's continue on. Look at the next slide. All right. So performance of a contract. Contracts, all contracts have dates in them for timelines, for guides. Dates and contracts are merely guides. If somebody misses a date where something should be done in a contract, it does not mean that they're in breach of contract. Breach of contract means that somebody broke the contract, the terms of the contract, without having a good legal excuse to do so. So if you miss a date, it's merely a guideline. Those dates are merely guidelines. Courts have held that dates in contracts are merely guidelines, and somebody is not in breach of contract, meaning that they broke the contract without a good legal excuse to do so, so therefore they're legally liable to the other party for damages. Unless they specifically state that this date must be met, it's extremely important, and there's a term for that. It's called time is of the essence. That means it is mucho importante. It means it's very important. Time is of the essence. You need to know this term, add it to your definition sheet there. It's a strict deadline that must be met in contracts, and anyone who does not perform on time is in breach of contract. But that's only when a time of the essence order has been issued. And this should only be issued by attorneys, or at least we should leave that use of that term to attorneys to use. So when do we use this term? Well, I'll usually use this if I'm the listing agent and we get an offer in from a buyer, and that buyer, you know, went through attorney review and all that stuff, but that buyer is supposed to still work on getting their mortgage loan. They need to get a mortgage commitment letter from their lender by filling out the application for the loan, providing, you know, getting the appraisal done, and providing whatever other financial information the lender wants of them. And they state that on the contract, the date that they need to get that by, or they'll get it to us by. Now, if they don't get it by that date, once again, that date's just merely a guideline. So I'm going to call up the other agent and I'm going to say, hey, we didn't get that commitment letter yet. You got it? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about it. Let me call up the lender, see what's going on. Okay, so I'll give them some time to do that. They never get back to me. I call them again. What's up with the commitment letter? Oh yeah, I'm still waiting for the mortgage rep. He said he was going to get that to me. Let me give him a call, follow up. Okay. And you keep going on and on and on. It seems like they're starting to give me the runaround a little bit here now, because, you know, I'm being very flexible with this, but they keep going on and on and on and on and on. Are they having a problem getting the mortgage? I don't know. Maybe it is that they're just playing phone tag, and, you know, he's trying to get it from the lender. The lender's forgetting to send it. I don't know. Could be honest mistakes. So, but I'll give enough time for it. Now, if I start to get the feeling that they're just screwing around trying to get approved at different mortgages because they can't get the loan from the one lender and they're not being honest with me, I'm going to go to the attorney and say, hey, listen, I think that they're screwing around with us here. I don't know if they could get this financing. I'm going to ask the attorney to issue a time of the essence order. Time of the essence for the buyer to produce the mortgage commitment letter from their lender. And if they fail to, so that attorney will usually give them so many days to produce that commitment letter. And if they fail to produce it, then the contract is automatically killed. And the buyer is considered in breach of contract. And then if the seller wanted to, at that point, they can make a claim on the deposit money to keep their deposit money.
Can you do a time is of the essence order the other way around, or no?
For what?
I don't know. Can the buyer do it?
Well, I mean, you could, if there was something that the seller needed to do and they weren't doing it. Yeah, time of the essence order. It's not just for a buyer, but that's typically where it's used. But it can be, you can use it in whatever situation where somebody has to do something. Somebody's required to do something according to the terms of the contract, and they're not doing it. You could put a time of the essence order in, but you got to remember, it is a double-edged sword. in the regard that, what if we give the time of the essence order for that mortgage commitment letter to the buyer? And they need to produce it by Thursday at 1 o'clock. And that time comes and goes and they didn't produce it. And later in the day or tomorrow morning, they produce it. Well, the contract's already dead. It's killed. Can the attorneys put it back together though?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can.
Sure they can. But does the buyer have to agree to all the terms of the contract as they previously had?
No, they don't have to.
No, they don't. Now they could do some renegotiating here. Right?
So like, for instance, I just say someone was going to buy a home from a bank and the bank, takes forever because it's one out of 300 properties they have. So it usually takes longer. Can you issue a time of the essence with a bank?
It depends what you're talking about. I mean, if the property's already under legally binding contract and the terms that they agreed to, yeah. For the terms that they agreed to, that they're not doing something and they're already under a legally binding contract. But if you're trying to get under a contract with them and they're not responding to you, then no. You got to be under a contract with somebody that they agreed to some terms, and now you're in a legally binding contract together. So it depends on what it's for. All right. So a strict deadline that must be met in the contract, time is of the essence. I already talked about timelines. Okay, there's a lot of different ways that a contract can be discharged. We're about to go over them. Default or breach of contract, I already explained to you what that is. It's when somebody breaks a contract without a good legal excuse to do so, but we'll have some place, I think, to highlight that. And then we're going to go over the statute of limitations. Statute of limitations, that term means that it's a time limit in which someone has a right to assert their legal rights, and that's limited by law. So statute of limitations is a time limit of the law where somebody has the right to assert their legal rights. Just like cops have a statute of limitations of where you could be found guilty of a crime. There's a statute of limitations by law for certain crimes, how long from the time the crime is committed that you can be found guilty of it. Well, if you're going to sue somebody for something, there's statute of limitations for those things as well. And so we'll go over that as well. So in the book, let's first highlight time is of the essence. On page 170 under performance of a contract. Second line, time is of the essence means that the contract must be performed within the time limit specified, and any party who has not performed on time is considered to be in breach of contract. Go down to assignment and novation now. It's the same stuff we see on the slide here in front of us. My definition is way better than what you're going to see in the book here. More clear anyway. Well, what is assignment? Well, assignment is when one party assigns their contractual obligations to someone else, that they become responsible for doing whatever the contract required of them. For instance, if, and usually landlords do not have it in the contract that allows it. So if a landlord allows you to sublease, I'm renting, but I want to move out because I just found another building that I want to buy. So the landlord won't let me out of my lease, but will they allow me to sublet if I find another tenant to take over for me? If the landlord, if the landlord allows it, then is that new tenant responsible for all the terms of the lease that I was responsible for?
Yes.
Yes, they are. But if they don't pay the rent according to the terms in the lease, am I responsible for paying the rent still?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I am. With assignment, the original parties to the contract are never relieved of their obligations. They always hold the primary responsibility. They just try to shirk them off onto someone else, assigning those duties to someone else. But if those people do not do what they're supposed to, well, that's my problem because I'm the one that's on the lease and the landlord allowed me to sublet to someone else. But if they're not paying me the rent, I still have to pay the rent to the landlord. I just became a middleman. That's it. Right?
Is
So-
that in every state?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are common law stuff with contracts. This is contract
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. Now, novation. Now, so assignment is assigning my obligations in a contract to someone else. And if they don't perform those obligations, I'm still responsible. But is there a way that I could assign my responsibilities to someone else and no longer be liable? Yes, it's called novation. Now, novation, you could either just substitute one agreement, one contract with another, or I could remove my name from the contract and I'll put someone else's name on the contract. And that person now will be, you basically replacing one person with another. That's novation. They call that novation of the parties when you're just replacing a person in the contract instead of the whole contract. If you're replacing the whole contract, it's novation. If you're replacing a person, it's novation of the parties. But either way, novation, see the definition I got up here, substituting or replacing a contract with another whereby the original contract holds no legal force. It's not legally enforceable. Novation of the parties is substituting a person named in the contract with another. The original person has no further liability and they're no longer bound to the contract. Okay, so in the book, third paragraph, just highlight novation or substitution of a new contract for an existing agreement. Doesn't exactly tell you the full story there, does it? But you need to understand novation and assignment. Novation will be on exams. And don't forget, you can get it from the slideshow, or you can snap a picture of this, or you can copy the notes. But that's a term he needs to know. Different ways that a contract can be discharged now. On the next page, 171, I'm sorry, 171. Top of the page, what I did is I just took my pen and I made a bracket that just said explain it. You don't need to study this. So I'm just explaining everything in all these bullet points under discharge of a contract. There's different ways that a contract can be discharged, okay? Well, let's first of all see what that means. A contract may be completely performed with all the terms carried out, or it can be breached, broken, if one of the parties defaults in their obligations. And in addition, there's various other methods in which a contract can be discharged. Partial performance. Partial performance means that one of the parties did not do everything that the contract required of them to do. So they've only partially performed, right? Substantial performance means that they did everything that the contract required of them to do. They just didn't do it exactly as the contract required them to. Here, let me try to relate it in a way. It's not exact, but I could at least put a picture in your head so you could have a better understanding of that. So substantial performance, let's just say you hired a contractor to remodel your kitchen. And you were specific. You wanted these certain kinds of cabinetry. You wanted granite countertops and all that stuff. And so the contractor, they totally remodeled your kitchen. However, they put in vinyl countertops instead of the granite. Well, your kitchen was remodeled. Yeah, but they didn't do it exactly the way that we required it to with the materials. So they did not substantially perform. They did everything they were supposed to do, just not as they were supposed to. Okay. Now, impossibility of performance means that it's impossible for somebody to carry out the terms of the contract because they cannot do it legally, for example. So when the terms of the contract cannot be legally accomplished, this is impossibility of performance. For example, they're not able to get a permit to use the property for the intended purpose, or they're unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to the condition and work needs to be done, and they don't want to do it, or some other legal condition cannot be met, or look, they cannot, let's just say they can't get the certificate of occupancy for the purpose that they need to have for the property. They want to use it for a specific business reason, perhaps, and they can't get that permit. So it's impossible to perform the contract because the city won't allow the use of the building for that purpose. That's impossibility of performance, right? Or mutual agreement. Both parties just mutually agree to cancel a contract. Nobody's in breach in that case. They both mutually agreed. Or by operation of law, for example, voiding a contract as a result of fraud. I don't know. Maybe the husband signed a contract with his girlfriend who was posing as his wife. I don't know. There could be examples. A contract with a minor, can be voided, right? It's voidable. Expiration of a statute of limitations. Contracts being altered without all the parties signing off on the changes. Remember, anytime you touch a contract, you make a change to it, all the parties have to sign off on that change. Otherwise, you just voided the contract. Or consent of all parties in terms of required. Okay, boom. Breach of contract. So default or breach of contract means somebody violated the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. Therefore, they can be held financially and legally liable to the other party. Let's highlight breach of contract is a violation of the terms of the conditions of a contract without a good legal excuse. Now, underneath that on page 171, it says if the seller defaults, the buyer has three alternatives. Underline that or highlight that line and put stars on both sides of it because it's supposed to be the title, and it's followed by three things. Okay, so if the seller defaults, the buyer has three alternatives. Okay, so that should be the title. And then we're going to go over what those three alternatives, what three options are that the buyer can do in the event that the seller defaults. Then underneath that list, it says if the buyer defaults, the seller may pursue one of the four courses. So in the event that the buyer defaults, we're going to go over the four things that the seller can do. So underline or highlight that line. So let's start off. If the seller defaults, what are the buyer's options? What can the buyer do? Well, the buyer can rescind the contract. What does rescission or rescinding mean? They could cancel it, right? So the buyer can cancel the contract and recover all their good faith deposit money or earnest money, sometimes they refer to it as. That's any money that the buyer gave in advance and is being held by the broker or the attorney in the escrow account. That's their earnest money deposits, okay? Now, number two, the buyer can sue the seller. The lawsuit would be called a suit for specific performance. Okay, so here's a term you got to add to your definition list to study for exam. Hint, hint. Specific performance means that one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as they agreed to in the contract. All right, for example, the seller backs out of a legally binding contract because they changed their mind and simply don't want to sell at the last minute. The buyer can sue the seller, forcing them to turn over the ownership as they agreed to in the contract. If you don't have a good legal excuse to back out of that contract, the person can sue you and force you to do what you agreed to in the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, generally speaking, here's your rule of thumb. Generally speaking, you could force a seller to sell, but you can't force a buyer to buy unless they're a moron. All right, I'll explain that. I'll explain what I mean by that. I do have a reason for saying that. In the next section where the buyer defaults, they talk about this. I'm gonna just for a second, just move over to that slide. If we go to number 3, specific performance here, the seller can sue the buyer for specific performance. However, this would require them to sign over the deed and give a deed to the buyer. They're basically transferring the ownership over to the buyer. And then they give the deed to the buyer accepts it, even though the buyer said, I don't want to buy the property. I want to back out of this. I don't want to go through it. So the seller could be like, yeah, okay. And they sign the deed anyway, that names that buyer as the purchaser. They give them the deed. The buyer takes the deed. When does the transfer of ownership take place? Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself. So now that the buyer's in possession of the deed, they are the owner. Now the seller can be like, ooh, you're the owner. Now you got to pay me. Right? If the buyer didn't want the property, they shouldn't have taken the deed. Would you think the seller was just giving it to you? Now you got to pay it. You got to pay for it. So the buyer's got to be a moron. If they don't want the property and they accept the deed, you know, the seller has all the right to sue them to force them to pay them now. And in the book, it even says that by number 3, the seller may sue for specific performance. However, this may require the seller to offer or tender a valid deed to show that the seller's compliance with the contractual terms. All right. That's what they mean by that. That little scenario that I just played out for you. All right. Backing it up a bit. The last one here for if the seller defaults, what the buyer can do. The buyer can sue the seller for compensatory damages. That means for money. That's it. Now, what happens in the event that the buyer defaults? What can the seller do? They have 4 options. Well, the seller can declare the contract forfeited as if it had never been made. You know what? Before we read this, let's look at the definition I have at the top. Liquidated damages, another term you need to know. By the way, chapter 11 got a lot of terminology you will get on exams. Liquidated damages is one of them. It's an agreement. It's just an agreement. What is liquidated damages? Just an agreement. What's it an agreement about now? It's an agreement about how much money is going to serve as compensation if one of the parties defaults. And that would usually be the buyer. All right, let's see. There could be additional wording stipulating where that money would come from. However, liquidated damages is not earnest money deposits. It would be wrong to say liquidated damages is your good faith or earnest money deposit. That's where the money could come from. But unless it's specified in the agreement that the deposit money from the buyer is going to serve as liquidated damages is just an agreement on the amount of money that's to serve as compensation. And that amount could exceed the amount of deposit that the buyer has already given, though. So it's wrong to say that liquidated damages is the deposit money. All right. If you say that liquidated damages is the deposit money, then the seller can't chase after the buyer for any other money. Liquidated damages is an agreement on how much is to serve as compensation. And that amount could exceed the earnest money. Does everybody got that? It's an exam question. And one of the wrong answer options that they give you on exams is liquidated damages is the deposit money or earnest money deposit or good faith deposit, which that's wrong. Liquidated damages is just an agreement on how much money is to serve as compensation. Did I beat that dead horse enough for you?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So now, if the seller can declare, if the buyer defaults, the seller, what can they do? They could declare the contracts forfeited if, I state if, I'm stressing if, the contract stated they can, and if it was agreed that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. Is liquidated damages therefore always an agreement that's in contracts?
No,
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I just said if it's stated in the contract. I was stressing that, right? It could be added to contracts, but is it always in contracts? Even the book will start wording it later on. They'll say it's always in contracts, or it's standard in contracts. No, it's not. You would have to specify that in a contract, that if one of the parties defaults, the other party is going to get some kind of an award. Okay. But if you don't specify that in the contract, then guess what? It ain't gonna be in the contract. All right, now, number two, the seller can rescind the contract as if it were never made. However, that would require the seller to return all the deposit money to the buyer. We went over 3 already. They could sue for specific performance if the buyer's a moron and they take the deed and say that they don't want it, then the seller can sue them, forcing them to pay them now for that property that they just took ownership for. And number 4, the seller can sue for compensatory damages as well. Money. Anytime we hear damages, that means money, usually. All right. So let's highlight number 2 in the first section. The buyer can file a court suit known as an action for specific performance to force the seller to perform the contract, i.e. to convey the property as they agreed to in the contract. And then number 1 in the next section, just highlight liquidated damages at the end. Just to highlight the words liquidated damages and write page 189 next to that. And then let's turn to page 189. Which is still part of this chapter. And at the very bottom of the page, the last paragraph on page 189, we're going to highlight liquidated damages are an amount of money agreed to in advance by buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. It's that first sentence. It's last paragraph on page 189, the first sentence. And then you can turn back to page 171. And now on page 171, we're going to talk about statute of limitations. I told you statute of limitations is a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. Now, there's a 6-year statute of limitations for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. And there is a 10-year statute of limitations to recover real property in New Jersey. I should probably throw that there, in New Jersey. I mean, the law could vary. That law can vary by state. Statutes of limitations for lawsuits, they vary by state. Excuse me? So at the bottom of the page, we're going to highlight statute of limitations. This 6-year period applies to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. Lawsuits to recover real property have a 10-year statute of limitations in New Jersey, if you're trying to get the property back. So before we go anywhere, before we change any slides, let me ask you another question. Record retention. How long do brokers need to keep all records for?
6 years.
6 years.
6 years.
What a coinkydink.
Hmm.
Most lawsuits are 6-year statute of limitations too. Is that just a coincidence?
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
I don't think so. All right, contracts used for real estate business. So can we prepare contracts
Yeah.
Yeah. For what kind of properties?
1 to 4 family and single
Okay.
residences.
1 to 4 families and single residential lots. We learned about that before we even got to this slide, right? Long ago, we learned that in chapter 3. So if we could prepare contracts for the sale of 1 to 4 families, are we writing those contracts up from scratch? Or are we just filling in the blank lines for contracts that have already been prepared by attorneys?
Fill in all the blanks.
Fill in the blanks.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. So therefore, do not leave blank lines on a contract. If you leave a blank line on a contract, someone else can fill it in, right? That's important, guys. Don't ever leave a blank line on a contract. If there's an item that does not pertain to your transaction, you're going to write N/A for not applicable. That's what NA means, you know, N and then a slash and then A means not applicable to this transaction. Okay. Don't leave the blank line. Don't just draw a line through it either. Write N/A, not applicable, does not apply to your situation. And let me see, commercial industrial properties for sale or lease, those contracts are prepared by attorneys. Licensees may prepare a non-binding term sheet or an intent to purchase or intent to lease for those commercial properties, okay? We can only prepare the sales contracts for 1 to 4 families and single residential lots. And these contracts have already been prepared by attorneys and they just got the blank lines. We just need to know what to fill in on the blank lines. Now, New Jersey has some requirements. They must indicate the business relationship with respect to the parties named in the documents. We do that on the contract itself, and where do we first indicate how we plan on working with somebody? Our
Yeah.
business relationship.
With the CIS.
CIS form.
CIS form. And when do we give that to people?
Before starting business with them.
First thing. So it's the first document we give to anyone that we intend to do business with, right? Even before you discuss their financial situation or motivation to move, right? So we have that disclosure. That's that checkbox. I represent the seller. Our agency represents the seller, not the buyer. The buyer, not the seller. Both the seller and the buyer, or neither. We're working as a transaction broker. And we have that checkbox on every document, every disclosure. It's on listing agreements. It's on the opinion 26 notice. It's on the sales contracts. It's on the purchase contracts. It's on all of our agreements. The only thing that I could think of that it's not on is the lead paint addendum. So on page 172, we're going to highlight New Jersey allows brokers or their agents to complete residential leases and standard approved sales contracts on 1 to 4 family residences and single vacant residential lots. All right. Next section, New Jersey requirements. Some of this stuff, by the way, we already learned. It's just a recap. We're just highlighting it again. All offers, contracts, and leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the parties have with respect to the parties named in the document. We'll highlight that. And just to show it to you, I have a little cross-reference here, page 184, section 29, line 550 to 556. If you wanted to, you could write that in the margin next to that. It'll show you where exactly on the contract it says that. And then here's the rule that requires that. What is this? 11:5-6.9. What is that?
Codes.
What is it? Speak up.
And then I guess it's
Say it
paragraph.
again. Somebody said it.
Administrative code.
The administrative code. Come on, guys. Shout it out. If you're going to get it wrong, own it. All right. This is the place to do that. Okay. So let's go to page 186. Let's take a look at it in the actual contract.
Okay.
Let's see what it looks like on the contract, on the actual contract that we're going to be using. I'm sorry, not page 186, page 184. Page 184, section 29, between line numbers 550 and 556. You see what it looks like? It's just that checkbox. that our agency's representing the seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent or transaction broker. And then it shows how the other agency is going to be working. And then we put down the name of the other agency. See that? That's a disclosure of agency relationships. That's what it looks like on the contract. I just want to show you what it actually looks like on the contract. Okay, now go back to the 172. Opinion 26 notice must be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, informing consumers of their right to hire an attorney. So this is the document that's sitting on top of your contract as the cover page. So where does this contract start? If we go to page 175, that's the first page of the contract. Look what's before it. Look at page 174.
Mhm.
26 notice, right? All right. Back page 172. So let's highlight attached on the next paragraph. Attached to a proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice. The book simply refers to it as the notice. You know what? Page 172. I'm going to put that in my notes. Oop. To the book manufacturer. Hold on one second. Keeping an ongoing notes of mistakes and improvements, suggested improvements. So just open that up. 172. All right, so can you guys see the slideshow, or you guys see nothing right now? What are you guys seeing right now in front of you?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay. So the opinion 26 notice, you're gonna highlight that thing, and then you're writing opinion 26 notice, page 174. That first line there in the second paragraph under New Jersey requirements.
172.
172, sorry. You're gonna be writing opinion 26 notice, page 174. My thoughts got a little scrambled. You're writing opinion 26 notice, page 174. And then if you're going to be working as a dual agent, your agency is going to be working as a dual agent. What do you need to get your client to sign then? An informed consent to dual agency agreement where they implicitly give you permission to act as a dual agent, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
All right, next paragraph. Highlight, New Jersey also requires the following language appear exactly in this form at the top of the first page of the sales contract. And then put a bracket or a box around what the line you just highlighted and the following paragraph. So it's all like, you could see it's related. This whole paragraph is what you see at the top of the first page of any sales contract that is prepared by licensees. And I want you to highlight the first statement that says this is a legally binding contract, even though the whole paragraph is there. And write page 175 to the left of it as a cross-reference. And if we turn to page 175, you could see this. I want to give you a visual. What does it say there? This is the top. This is the first page of the sales contract on page 175. What does it say at the top, just below the New Jersey Realtors logo?
This is a legal binding contract that will be.
I like that. Highlight it right there in the contract so you could see what it looks like. That whole paragraph is there, but on exams, they're not going to have the whole paragraph as an answer. They're just going to have those words. This is a legally binding contract as one of the answer options. Okay. But now you could see that. You could visualize it, because I'm a visual person. I can remember things better if I actually see it first. So I'm trying to get you guys to actually see what we're reading about so that you could have better recall. Okay. Hopefully that works for you.
Yes, it does.
All right. Next section on page 172 again. It says attorney review. This is how attorney review works. And here's the 3 rules for it. This is a whole new section on its own. So I would highlight the title, attorney review, and then take your pen and put a box around all of that. Because this is the attorney review. The book should have done a better job formatting this, you know? So I just highlighted the title, attorney review, and I put a box around all attorney review and those 3 numbered points there. So this is the way that attorney review works. Oh, by the way, on this slide still, it shows about the federal lead hazard. This is actually listed in the contract itself too. That there's a disclosure of that, but that's on the next page, 173, they talk about that. The federal lead paint requirement. This is also, we not only give people the lead paint disclosure, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection. In the actual contract itself, which I'm going to write a page number here. In the actual contract itself, we have page 178, line number 208. We have on the contract itself, there's the lead disclosure. It says that we've given them that disclosure and the pamphlet and the opportunities. It says it in the contract as well that we gave them this separate form. All right. So New Jersey requirement says this phrase, this is a legally binding contract, page 175. We just went and we highlighted all that. Attorney review. This is how attorney review works. How long is attorney review?
3 days.
3 days. Now, what does that mean, 3 days? Well, from the time that both the buyer and the seller, or the tenant and the landlord, sign a contract, what's the first thing we do? We give them a duplicate original of the contract that's fully executed, that's been signed by everybody. Then we start counting time. We count business days. We don't count holidays, and we only count business days. 1, 2, 3 days that the parties have to start attorney review and have an attorney make changes to the contract or cancel it. If they don't do attorney review, if they don't start attorney review in 3 days, business days, that contract becomes legally binding as it is. Okay, so if the parties aren't making changes to that contract, 1, 2, 3 days go by, then the contract becomes legally binding as it is. So we have 3 days to start attorney review from the time that both parties sign the contract and we give them their duplicate original. Okay, so that's counting of time part. Now, the way the attorney review works is we'll send out the contract to the attorneys. Now, don't just fax it to them or email it to them. Follow it up with a phone call. Tell their paralegal or their secretary there, hey, I just faxed over or I just emailed over a contract. It's a new contract to start attorney review on. Then that lights a fire under their butt because they know they need to respond to it right away. If you don't call them to confirm that they've received it, look, their fax machine can be out of paper or their email could have got lost in their spam or something. You need to call the attorney's office. You don't just send the contract to them. You need to follow up with the attorney's office to confirm that they've received the contract so that they start the attorney review. And you ask them if they could CC you, which means carbon copy you or copy you on all correspondence between attorneys. This way you're aware of what's going on and you're aware that attorney review is going on. And this way, every time they send, one party sends out a letter to the other, you're gonna get a fax or an email on it. You'll be included in that conversation. And we should be, especially if we're required to do something according to the changes that they're making. They're changing dates or guidelines or something needs to be done, right? So now the way that attorney review starts then is that first attorney has 3 days to send out a notification to the other side that we are in receipt of your contract for the purchase of 123 Main Street. However, we disapprove of the contract. This is the notice of disapproval. We disapprove of the contract in the current format. But if you agree to this attached proposed list, laundry list of changes here, which still have a piece of paper with the laundry list of proposed changes, we can conclude attorney review. Please sign here. And so the one side's attorney would have already signed, and there'll be a blank line for the other sides to sign. And then how long does the other side have to respond to them? 3 days. You see, attorney review is not 3 days long. Attorney review just means that each side has 3 days to respond to the last side's correspondence. Attorney review can last months, or it can be done in an hour. You know, it depends on how the attorneys are communicating, right? And if they're coming to a meeting of the minds. What is a meeting of the minds? Whoa, let's look to see right here. Once both parties are in agreement on all the major key points, all the key points of the contract, we're here, right? We've come to a meeting of the minds. That means we simply agreed on all the terms, okay? A meeting of the minds just simply means that the parties are in agreement on all the terms, okay? And then once we're in agreement on all the terms, both sides sign off on the final changes to the contract. And now attorney review is concluded and we are in a legally binding contract. Now you could say we're under contract. Okay.
So technically you can say that the contract has been executed, right?
It's been,
Would that be the right word to say that?
well, the contract's been executed before we send it to the attorneys,
Okay.
because all the parties got to sign off on the contract, then we give them their duplicate original, right? And then when it goes to attorney review and it's out of attorney review, has it been fully executed? No, it's in executory status, meaning that now we got to do everything that the contract required of it to do, right? So now the parties got to do their inspections, their appraisals, and get all that stuff done. You know, once everything is done and there's no other things that the contract requires anybody to do, then it's been fully executed. Okay.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Welcome.
Fully executed at closing?
Pretty much. Because when you get to the closing table, does anybody have anything else to do?
Sign.
That's it. Sign to finalize the loan. All right. So pertaining to the contracts now, this is just going to be a recap of a lot of stuff that we've already gone over. All right, this is going to be just the process, everything from getting a listing, buyers working, agents starting to work with buyers, and then about the contract. So it's just a little recap here of a lot of stuff that we already learned, okay? So the contract forms, do we create contracts from scratch? No. They got blank lines, they're already prepared by attorneys. We just need to know what to fill in the blank lines, and we don't have we don't leave blank lines, right? That includes any initials at the bottom of the page, by the way. Make sure that your clients, both parties, initial the bottoms of every page of the contract. You don't leave any blank lines, including signature and initials. All right, listing agreements. Transactions start off with listings. If we don't got a listing, we don't got a property to show anybody. So listings, then we have buyer brokerage agreements. Those buyer brokerage agreements, what was it in chapter 3?
Page 40.
Oh, I already got it here. Look at that. Okay, I didn't write it in my book yet. So page 40, next to buyer brokerage agreement, I'm just going to write a cross reference of page 40. The listing agreements, well, I know there's one in the book, but that's only for one MLS. You know, there's a lot of different ones that we've gone over already for the listing agreements. Transaction broker and dual agency agreements. There's an example of one on page 47 for a seller, I believe. So I'm going to write page 47 as a cross-reference. But remember, when it comes to disclosed dual agency agreements, there are four. There's four types, right? There's four of them. There's one for a buyer, one for a seller, one for a tenant, and one for a landlord. Turn the page. Here's the actual contract. We're going to temporarily, we're going to skip over the contract for now. We're going to come back. I'll show you how to fill it out. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll show you how to fill out the first page. Pretty much. Go to page 187. What do we call the contract? Is there an official name for it? Is it sales contract or is it called a purchase contract? Well, there's other variants too. They have listed here. It's been called offer to purchase, contract of purchase and sale, earnest money agreement, a binder and deposit receipt, and there's other variations to it. Meaning there is no official name for the contract. Call it whatever the hell you want, okay? They're basically just saying there's no official name for it, okay? All right, offer and acceptance. Isn't that offer and acceptance? Isn't that one of the essential elements of a valid contract?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's when the parties come to a meeting of the minds, right? So one of the essential elements of a valid contract is a meeting of the minds, whereby the buyer and the seller agree on the terms of the sale. This is usually accomplished through the process of offer and acceptance. So a broker lists an owner's real estate. This is how it works in a real estate transaction. So I'm just going to put a little asterisk next to this for me to be reading this. Read. All right. So this is how offer and acceptance process works with real estate transactions. Then a broker lists the owner's real estate for sale at the price and conditions that are set by the owner. A prospective buyer is then found who wants to purchase that property on those terms or maybe their own terms. An offer to purchase is drawn up and signed by the seller, by the buyer, and then they send it over to the seller. If the seller agrees to all the terms of the contract exactly as the buyer had proposed, then the contract has been accepted and it's valid pending attorney review, right? However, if the seller does not agree to the contract exactly as it is, and they instead make a counter offer, a counter offer is essentially a rejection of the offer the buyer made, and then the seller is just making a different offer back to them. At this point, is the buyer bound to any contract or any agreement, even though they signed an agreement that they sent over?
No.
No, because the seller basically released them from that when they rejected their offer to make their own. So a counter offer is essentially a rejection of the offer. And at this point, what can the buyer do? What's the buyer's options?
They could walk away.
They could just walk away and not even respond to it. They
Or
could
they could
accept
withdraw.
the counter offer that was made, or they can make another counter offer back to the seller, right? Until one of the parties finally agrees to the last party's offer. And that's what our job is, to make sure that they keep communicating, that nobody just walks away. Because we got a buyer that's interested in a property and we got a seller that wants to sell it. So our job is to try to keep them at the table and negotiate the most favorable terms that both parties are in agreement to. Make sense? That's your job. All right. And then what happens once the parties agree on that last one, in contract negotiations, when we're going back and forth like this, when is an offer considered accepted?
When all parties sign.
It's only when the offer is considered accepted when the last party who made an offer had been notified that their offer had been accepted. That could be done verbally. Now, I keep telling you guys it's not a good practice to just take things verbally, to always follow up with getting it in writing. But that's not going to help you get the exam question right. In contract negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted? When the last offer that was made, the party was notified, simply notified that it's been accepted. Does that mean notified and in writing?
No.
No, simply notified. That would be the correct answer for the exam. Now, real life, I told you, you don't just notify them. It's a good practice to follow up with getting it in writing too. But for the exam, what's the correct answer? Simply upon notification. That's when an offer is considered accepted. You guys understand what I'm explaining to you? I'm explaining to you what you need to know for exam and what you should really do in real life.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you got that term counter offer. You should understand what it is. What is a counter offer? It's a rejection of an offer that's been made, responded with a new offer. Turn to page 188. We're going to highlight the first sentence on page 188 that says that an offer is not considered accepted until the person making the offer has been notified of the other offer's acceptance. And I'm going to have you make a note above that. I have a note on mine, and my note says this. Let me just read it all to you. It says, delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. That'll help you study when you're reading that. It's that whole scenario that I just explained to you, what you need to know for real life and what you need to know for exam. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. That's basically what they're explaining to you for exam. So you highlighted the first sentence on page 188, and then you're writing above that delivery, acceptance. So the delivery and acceptance of the contract and the signatures of the contract for the changes are not required in contract negotiations. However, you should always follow up with getting them. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. All right. Give you a second to get that all written down. And you see, I got that on the slide here too, right smack dab in the middle of the slide. All right, now earnest money deposit often goes by the name of a good faith deposit as well. Now it's customary to include $1,000 good faith deposit when making an offer. But if a buyer doesn't accompany their offer with any deposit money, is it still valid?
Yes.
Yes, it is. However, if you're making an offer on one of my listings, I'm going to tell you guys straight up right now, I'm going to have a conversation with the seller that I'm working with, and I'm going to tell them, do not take seriously any offer that's not accompanied by a minimum of $1,000 good faith deposit. If it has no deposit, or if it has $100 deposit, is that buyer really acting in good faith? Or are they making offers? Could they be making offers on 10 different properties and seeing which one sticks? And then just not even notifying us that they're, so they got another offer that was accepted and they're going with that one, and, forget about the offer that I made. Well, that shows that they're not operating in good faith. But if they're not operating in good faith and they didn't make a good faith deposit, is there anything that we could do about it? Is there any money that they have on deposit that we could take? No. So a good faith deposit is made. Why? Let's read. It's customary, but not essential for a purchaser to provide a cash deposit or a check When making an offer to purchase the real estate, the cash deposit is commonly referred to as, we're going to highlight, earnest money deposit or good faith deposit, gives evidence of the buyer's intention to carry out the terms of the contract. Now let me continue reading. The deposit is given to the broker, and the sales contract typically provides that the broker or seller's attorney holds that deposit until closing. We put it in our escrow account. How soon?
Within 5 days.
Yes, correct. If the offer is not accepted, the earnest money deposit would be returned to the would-be buyer immediately. The amount of the deposit is a matter to be agreed upon by the parties, and generally the deposit should be sufficient to discourage the buyer from defaulting and to compensate the seller for asking them to take their property off of the market to accept yours. And cover any expenses the seller might incur if the buyer does default. A purchase offer with no earnest money, however, is still valid. Most contracts, it's not most, they would have to write this in there. Just highlight contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. No, most contracts do not say that. However, it can be written in, but we would highlight basically what contracts can provide, that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages.
So normally that's not the case. So if somebody gives an offer and then they accept and then they're like, oh, you know what? I think I found something better.
Yeah. Well, look, there's plenty of opportunities for a buyer to back out of a contract. You know, until you're out of attorney review and in a legally binding contract, you're under contract, buyer can back out for no reason at all. They don't need a reason. You'd have to prove that they were operating in good faith to try to keep their money. Now, if it's under contract and they back out with no good legal excuse to do so, well, that's pretty easy then to claim their money, their deposit money,
Well, isn't
because they didn't have a good legal excuse to do so.
if you
But
take-
there are plenty of excuses for people to back out of a contract, even when you're under contract. You know, I lost my job, you know, just found out that the wife is pregnant, you know, these types of things are hardships, they're burdens, you know, they're cutting back my hours. They're transferring me, you know, there's a lot of hardships or things that could occur. Oh, I no longer qualify for the loan for whatever reason. My credit score dipped, you know, there could be a lot of reasons to back out of the contract. Oh, we did the home inspection and there's some major problems there that would be expensive to fix, okay? If those repairs are over a certain dollar amount, either party can back out. I'm sorry, so somebody was trying to ask me a question there. I didn't mean to talk over you. Yeah, somebody was trying to ask me a question or no? Guess not. All right. So next paragraph, we're going to highlight earnest money must be deposited in the by the broker within 5 days in a special trust or escrow account. This money cannot be commingled or mixed with the broker's personal funds. This is an illegal act known as conversion, because the broker is converting your money into theirs when they spend it. This is just a recap of something we learned in chapter 3. So some of these highlighted items may seem familiar. It's not new. Just like what's in the next paragraph, which is a one line. Any cash deposits of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Okay, highlight it again if you like. There's nothing wrong with a little repetition when you're learning. Now, this goes over a list, bulleted list of a bunch of standard parts of a contract, things that are in a contract. Contract has to be in writing, has to have competent parties, an agreement to buy and sell, adequate description of the property, consideration, that's what the parties give or receive in exchange, the grantor's agreement to convey the property, place and time of closing, signatures of all the parties has to be accompanied by. Now, usually included but not essential for a valid contract would be any encumbrances to which the deeds are made subject to. Earnest money deposit, mortgage financing the buyer plans to obtain or other contingencies, possession by the buyer when they're planning on possessing of the property, evidence of title, prorations, and adjustment. But these are, even though they're not required to be in a contract, your lender, some of these things are required by the lender. And if the buyer can't get these things, well, then the lender don't got to give the loan, and then there goes the contract. So you see, sometimes they say some of these things are not mandatory, they're not required, but really they are. They're not required to be in the contract, but the lender requires it. And if the lender don't get what they want, they don't give you the money, and then you don't get the money as required in the contract. So what does that do to the contract? Is the buyer in breach of contract if they don't qualify for the loan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. We put that as one of the subject to clauses. It's actually, we don't even have to put that in. It's actually hard written into the contract that if the buyer's getting a loan and they don't qualify for the loan, the buyer's not in breach of contract. They did not break the contract. They wanted to get the loan. They wanted to purchase the property. They didn't break the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. They were trying to get the loan because they really wanted to buy your house. So you can't hold them legally and financially liable because they're unable to get the loan that they really wanted in order to buy your house that they really want. It's a subject to clause that says the purchase is subject to the buyer qualifying for a loan for X amount of dollars to purchase the property. And if they don't, then they can get out of the contract without penalty. Okay, that's what subject to is. Look, subject to is a powerful phrase, and we put it in there for a lot of things. Let's say that some of the relatives are helping you buy your home, or they're helping you with the down payment money to buy the home, or all the money to buy the home, whatever the case. You're not going to buy the home without them. So the relatives got to give their approval to buy the home. Well, if that's the case, a good idea is to get those relatives to walk through the house and give their approval before you ever write a contract. Now, it may not be possible to get them all through the house beforehand, but if it's still their approval is still required, I would write in the contract, purchase is subject to, and then write the names of each one of those relatives walking through the home and giving their approval. Because if you don't write that down, and then they eventually walk through the home and they don't give their approval, that's not a good legal excuse for the buyer to back out, because they never stated that that was their intention from the beginning. And if they just back out and say, hey, my uncle said that he doesn't agree to me buying the house, so he's not going to give me the money to help out the purchase. Well, you never stated that beforehand, so you're in breach of contract. So this is why you guys see it's important for us to ask our buyers questions. Are you getting any money from relatives to help out? Where are you getting the down payment money or deposit money or the money to purchase the house if you're buying cash? You know, if you're getting it from relatives, let's try to get those relatives through the house first so that we could submit a clean contract, meaning with as few contingencies as possible. A contingency is a happening, an event, or something that could give a reason to back out. We want to submit contracts as clean as possible with as few contingencies as possible. And the way to do that is to get the relatives through the property first. Look, in some cultures, some of this thing is a little more common. I see it a lot in Indian communities where you have families, relatives, and extended family that will help relatives with the purchase money to purchase a house so that they don't got to get a loan. I see it a lot. So this is why I'm mentioning it to you. We have to be aware of things as real estate professionals. You got to be aware of things like this. Now, look, anybody can have their relatives help them out, but it is more common, and I have seen it a lot more with Indian communities than any other. I don't know if it's a cultural thing or what, but I do see it a lot where the family units help each other. Even extended family tend to help each other a lot more, which is, it's a nice thing. It's a good thing, you know. But you don't see it a lot in other cultures. I wish I had my extended family that was going to give me money to help me buy a house, and then later on down the road I'd help them out, you know. But you really don't see that as much. But so you need to be aware of that. So what I mean, you should ask all buyers this, but especially if you see you know, if you have a family that's Indian family, we need to be aware of this being a common thing. So I'll ask them, I'll say, are there any other family or relatives that we need to get approval from before you can go through with this purchase? Okay. You ask it in that way, you know, they could say no. Because I've come across many Indian families that no, it's not. They're the ones that are purchasing it, that they're not getting any help from any relatives or anything. All right. But it's a question that you got to ask, because if that is a stipulation and you don't write it as a stipulation in the contract, then you're not doing your job to help protect them. Because in the event that one of their relatives say, I don't like it, I don't want to give my approval for this, that's not a legal reason now for them to back out. And now you just opened them up to a lawsuit because you never asked the question. Okay. And listen, I've had a situation one time where I had a family that was helping out with the money. I had to get 3 carloads of people through that house that had to give their approval. And that wasn't everybody. There was a couple, 2 more people that I needed to get the approval from that I could not get through the house, because I found out all these people needed to give their approval. I was like, I ain't writing all these names on the contract. I was like, let's set up a time that we could get them all through the house to see if they'll give their approval up front. And this way we don't have to write it in the contract. We could submit a nice clean contract. Just pretend for a second that you were the seller, right? And you see a contract comes in to purchase your house, and it says, but we could back out of it at any time if any of these people that we don't know who the hell they are, any of these people who are relatives of the buyer say no. I'm like, what the hell is that about? No, I'm not accepting that offer. So the best thing to do is to get all them through the house beforehand so that you don't got to even write that down. But I got 3 carloads of people through, and there was still a couple, 2 people that were driving down from Canada. So I had to name 2 people as a named exception that they had to purchase is subject to these 2 relatives who are helping out with money for the purchase, giving their approval. And then when you write contingencies in a contract like that, try to remove them as soon as possible. So as soon as those people drove down to Canada, from Canada, and they came here, I got them to the house, walked them through the house, and then asked them, are you guys cool with everything? Everything's good? And then I had them sign off on a piece of paper that, yeah, they were okay with it. And then I sent it off to the attorney. I said, we got them through, everything's cool. We can remove that contingency. So the attorney then removed that contingency as one of the requirements of the contract agreement. So we remove the contingencies as soon as possible. We have home inspection contingencies. So what do? We get a home inspector through the house as soon as possible to make sure everything is cool. We have appraisal contingencies for the financing. So what do we got to do? Get an appraiser through there as soon as possible. Get the lender to send out the appraiser, right? We got to address the contingencies as soon as we can.
So quick question before we move on that. Let's say that before you even write the contract, you have all of those people listed, well, not listed, but they say yes to, like, you know, we'll give you the money. And it's a clean contract. What if later on they're like, oh no, actually, no. What if they change their minds and it's not written on the contract? Is that
if it wasn't ever made part of the contract and you're trying to add it in later, that wasn't a term that everybody agreed to. You're trying to change the terms of the contract now. No. If you try to back out of something that you never included in the contract, well, then who's in breach of contract? You are. So if you have something important that you want included in the contract, you better say it up front. And we as real estate agents, we better ask the questions and probe a little bit, because sometimes buyers forget to tell us up front. So we have to ask, because we're more familiar with this. This is stuff that we do on a daily basis. So we should probe and ask those questions. Is there any family members' approval we need to get or anything? Here, just as important when showing houses, you guys should ask questions to buyers, certain questions too. Like, does it matter to you what direction the front door of the house is facing? Now, some of you may be like, hey, what do you,
Yes.
why would that make a difference? Why does anybody care? Somebody here just said yes, very emphatically.
I know.
All right. Some people, that makes a big difference to.
Mhm.
And it could be for different reasons. Some people, it could be a religious issue. Some people, it could be because their guru advised them on that. Other people, it could be because of feng shui principles. You know, different people, different reasons. Okay. I don't care what your reason is. I just need to know if that's important to you. Because if I don't know it's important to you, I could be running you around like a chicken with my head cut off, showing you properties all over, and you're not putting in offers on any of them, and I wouldn't have a foggiest clue as to why. But if I ask you those questions in advance, now I could at least look up in the MLS when I'm searching for properties and I find a property it's good for you. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look it up on either Google Maps or Bing or Yahoo Maps or whatever, and I'm going to try to pull it up on a street view to see what direction the front door of the house is facing. And if it's not facing a direction that you're cool with, I'm not even going to set up the appointment. And I'll just tell you, well, that house I didn't set up an appointment for because the front door is facing a different direction. And you'll be like, oh, okay, it's not a problem, because you don't want that, right? Otherwise, I could be going through the whole ordeal of calling up, trying to schedule appointments with the seller or getting a key, or, you know, it's a whole hassle to do all this, and it's time consuming too. And then to set up the showing appointments and all that stuff, just to find out that we pull up to the front of the house, you know, you see the direction the front of the door is facing, you're like, oh no. You know, I just wasted a whole lot of time here. I could have been on showing you other properties, right? It's an important question to ask, guys, because look, people who follow feng shui, Indian people follow vastu. There's different cultures, different strokes for different folks. I don't care what your reasoning is behind it, you know. It's important to ask, because I tell you what, the first time that I found out that somebody I was showing properties to, I showed them a lot of properties, and they weren't making offers on anything. And I was like, damn, man, what the frick is wrong with these people? You know, I've shown them so many properties that met their requirements, and yet they're not purchasing anything. And then after showing one property, I see the four guys, they were huddled up together, like around their cell phone. They were huddled up, and I'm like,
Directions.
what you guys doing over there? And they're like, oh, we're looking at a compass. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, we want to see what direction the front door's facing. Why? Well, because it needs to face this direction or that direction. Why? Well, because if it's not, we're not going to buy the house. Son of a bitch, you think you could have told me that to begin with? You know, you think that would have helped me out a little bit in searching for homes for you? You think that's pertinent information that I, as your agent, should know? You know?
Victor, can I add one thing here?
Sure,
I work
sure.
as leasing consultant in a residential complex, and can you believe, even for renting apartments,
Yep.
have come across these people.
Mm-hmm.
They want the door to face particular direction. Yes. And, you know, I can imagine your efforts. My efforts are considered less than 10% than what you do.
And you know, you know, I got no problem as long as I'm aware. I just need to be aware that it's an issue.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm not aware if it's an issue, how can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
so now I know. And so I'm teaching you guys right now so that you guys can know. so that you guys can ask and save you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, because the first time you're running somebody around showing them 30 properties and they're not making an offer on any one of them because of something that they never informed you about, you're going to be pissed off,
Right.
right? And I mean, I'm trying to help you. You got to help me help you. Let me know if this is something important, right? So sometimes it's not just the direction. By the way, when it's the direction, what you do is you pull up a compass. You could get a compass app on your cell phone, okay? And you don't need to go out and buy a compass, but you guys are going to need a compass as a real estate agent, okay? Listen, I found this is with all Asian cultures. I don't care if they're Chinese, if they're Korean, if they're Indian. I don't care. That whole area. A lot of people have a different belief, but for the reasoning behind it. But it's all the same. It's usually all the same thing. You know, East is best. Okay, South, no go. All right. So it depends, certain directions, or certain colors or certain numbers. Even if a house is a certain number, they won't buy it. If the front of the house is facing a certain direction, if the architectural style, if you open the front door and behind the front door you could see the kitchen from there, they won't buy it. If you open the front door and the steps going upstairs are immediately behind the front door, they won't buy it. If there's a tree smack dab in front of the middle of the house, they won't buy it. You know, there's certain things. These are Feng Shui and Vastu principles. They're common in both of them. It's just the reasoning why is different. Okay. And as a real estate agent, I don't give a shit about the reasoning. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me, the reasoning. I just need to know that it's important to you so that I could better serve you. Right? Right.
Right.
Okay, so what are we at now? We're next thing. Well, we were talking about contingencies. So here's parts of the contract, non-essential. Okay, contingencies. So there's all kinds of contingencies that we put in there. Look, what if the buyer has another house that they need to sell first? Can they afford to pay 2 mortgages on a house?
No.
Most people cannot. They can't pay a mortgage on 2 houses at one time. So is this purchase going to be contingent on the sale of your current home?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, but we got to ask that question. And if it is, and most of the time it's going to be relevant, then we're going to have to put that as a contingency in the contract. Purchase is contingent on the sale of the buyer's current home. And if you do that, now I would also write down what the status is of the buyer's current home. Do they have the property even listed yet? Is it under contract? You got to put that down so that you're asking the seller to take their home off the market to accept your offer here, and you're not even explaining the details behind it. You got to explain the details behind it too. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Just because this came up where I live in North Caldwell and the homes are selling like rapidly around here, but the problem is that they can't find another house to purchase. So can you put it in contingent of finding another home, like moving into another home? Because
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And if you don't do that, because what you do is in the listing, you're going to put down in the listing, when we put a property up for sale, we put down possession. There's a field there called possession.
Okay.
And the field for possession is when is the seller going to give the buyer possession of the premises? You could say at close or when they find another home. Or how you got to give some kind of a timeline. I mean, you can't just leave a buyer there dangling. Well, we don't know when we could give you possession. Yeah, that's a house I want to make an offer on. you know, they don't know when I could move into it. Okay. If that happens, attorneys will usually do something like this because the seller will be like, oh, we don't have a place to go yet. What do we do? An attorney will try to negotiate with the other side that you could still stay there for a while. But now we'll close on the property and the buyer will be the owner of it now. And now you as the seller are now a renter. So you're going to be paying rent to the new owner. However, that's not going to be an unlimited amount of time there. You're not signing some long-term lease. They'll basically give you a month, 2 at the max probably. And then it'll say if you, after this timeline, after so many weeks, the rent will double. And after so many more weeks, the rent will double again. There's your incentive to get the hell out. Right?
Yeah, that would.
That's, so we have had contracts like that where attorneys wrote that, where the seller can live in the property while they're waiting to find another place. But just so that they don't just get comfortable paying a rent now, you know, so what, I'll pay the rent. You know, well, the rent will double if you don't get out by a certain time. And if you don't get out by a certain time after that, it'll double again. Yeah, there's my incentive to get the hell out. All right. Contingencies are basically anything that the sale is subject to or contingent upon happening. And if that thing does not happen, then the buyer is not, or the party is not bound to the contract because you wrote in there and the other party agreed to it. All right. So home inspections, here's a list of some contingencies. Home inspections, the mortgage contingency. If somebody's buying a house using an FHA or VA type loan, I know we didn't go over those types of loans yet. VA is a veteran's loan. They're only for veterans. FHA is a type of loan which requires low down payment. These 2 types of government loans require that something referred to as a special contingency clause be added into the purchase contract. The law requires us to. So it's not like the seller can say no. If they're agreeing to accepting that type of financing, this clause has to be added to the contract. It basically says that if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Because if you don't specifically state in the contract that the purchase is contingent on the property appraising for the offer that I'm making, then that's not an excuse to get out of the contract. You may think, oh, well, common sense, if the house doesn't, if an appraiser doesn't say the home is worth it, then why would I have to go through with it? Well, because it's the offer that you made. It's not my fault you made a stupid, ridiculously high price offer. Okay. So, but if the financing is coming from FHA or VA, it's required to put this type of contingency in there. So what is the purpose of the special contingency clause required for all FHA and VA loans? If the house is not appraised for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Always an exam question. Always an exam question.
Can you repeat that again one more time, please?
What is the purpose of the special contingency clause that must be added into the purchase contract for any property that's using FHA or VA loans to finance that purchase? It states that if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, can the buyer still purchase?
Yes.
But he can't do it.
Well,
through-
how? The lender's not going to give them all the money for it. So how can they still purchase?
He
The
can't
seller
do-
has to lower the price.
You could ask the seller to lower the price. They don't want to lower the price. Can you still purchase it?
Yeah, you have to give large
You could
Yeah.
do what?
down payment so that the loan.
Oh, so what you're saying is the buyer can reach deep down in their pocket and pay more money to make up the difference?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, how many buyers do you know are willing to pay more than an appraiser just said the house is even worth?
None.
People who really want something and are spoiled
Why is somebody buying a house using an FHA loan?
because they're poor.
Because they don't have a lot of money to put down. So typically that's not going to happen. But have I ever seen it happen? I have. Now, is somebody going to pull out $50,000 more than the house is worth to make up the difference?
No.
I never seen that happen. Sellers sometimes get delusional that they think, well, if they really want the house, they'll pay more. And then I ask them, I pose a question back to them. I'm like, let me ask you a question. That's a lot of money. So basically, that person has to have a lot of money, right? Now, typically, let me ask you a question. Do people who have a lot of money generally get a lot of money by being stupid?
No.
So why would somebody who's smart and an appraiser just told them that the house is not worth it, knowingly pay $50,000 or more for this home when they said it's not worth it? I mean, there's one thing where somebody really wants a house, they may be willing to pay 10 or 15,000 even. If they were really in a tight spot and they really wanted this house, that they're willing to overpay a little bit. But 50,000 or more difference, I don't know about that. You know, that person got to be stupid rich with disposable money. And if they're stupid rich with disposable money, they ain't buying this house. so I mean, you got to try to paint that picture to the seller. And sometimes sellers, they're not just living in reality. They think that they got that castle that they're, you know, everybody wants, you know. You don't got it like that. You think you do, but you don't. Right. And sometimes for us as real estate agents to try to talk them down to planet Earth, it's like banging your head against a brick wall. The job is not always as easy as you think here with sales. You're trying to convince a seller, and the seller's like, well, we just need to find the right kind of buyer then. Oh, really? What's the right kind of buyer? Somebody who's buying cash. Okay, so what? Somebody who's buying cash is going to knowingly want to overpay for something? You know, I mean, you gotta ask questions back to people and call them on their own bullshit so that you could make them see the light, how ridiculous what they're saying is. And still, even then, some people will just be like, well, that's what I want. Okay, well, you're not living in reality. So do I want to continue working with this person? Probably not. Or some agents will keep a listing like that, knowing that there's no way in hell that they're going to sell it. Because they'll get buyers that'll come in wanting to see a house in that price range that's probably overpriced. And when they see that house, they're like, this is not a house that's supposed to be in that price range. That's okay. I can help you find one. And now I'm working with a new buyer. I'm basically using that listing, which I know is never going to sell because the seller's not working in, they're not living in reality. I'm using it to gain buyers that I'm going to use, that I'm going to flip to something else and show them properties elsewhere, other properties, because I know they're not buying this one. Does it make sense? A lot of agents do that sometimes, even though we're not supposed to keep listings that we know that we're not able to sell. We're not supposed to overprice properties, but ultimately, who sets the price on properties?
The seller or the
Seller
appraiser?
sets their asking price. We're there to help guide them, but ultimately, they're the one that sets the price. And sometimes they're insane. Right? Okay, so let's see. Approval by a family member, purchase subject to the sale of the buyer's current home or lease. Sometimes you have somebody who's leasing a house and their landlord won't let them out of their current lease. So the purchase is subject to the expiration of their tenant's current lease, right? The buyer's current lease. Here's something called, it goes by 3 names: an escape, kick out, or knockout clause. Okay. Okay, escape, kick out, or knockout clause. What is that? Well, when a seller has a home that they're selling and a buyer makes an offer to purchase that home, if that buyer has another house that they need to sell first, they could make an offer on this house contingent on the sale of their current home. We're all following so far? A
Yep.
buyer makes an offer on the house contingent on the sale of their current home. Everybody following?
Yep.
Yes.
The seller can accept that offer, but say, if I do accept this offer, I want you as the buyer to add a escape, kick out, or knockout clause that will allow us to continue keeping our home on the market for sale. And in the event that we get another offer from another buyer in writing, we could come back to you and ask you to remove that as a contingency, that the purchase is contingent on the sale of your current home. And if you're not ready to remove it as a contingency yet, or you can't remove it as a contingency yet, then we could cancel the offer with you so that we could accept the contract from the other person, and we as the seller will not be in breach of contract. So who does the escape, kick out, or knockout clause protect?
The seller.
The seller. Very good. You need to know that for exam. And you also need to know this for real life, because sometimes we get that happens. A buyer makes an offer, purchase is contingent on their current home, but the seller says, I'll accept the offer, but only if you accept my counter contingency that in the event we're allowed to continue marketing the home for sale. In the event that we get another offer in writing, we're going to ask you to remove your contingency because you have the first right of refusal. But if you don't, if you're not ready to remove it yet, what we're going to do is we're going to cancel the offer with you and accept the other one. And even though we're in a legally binding contract, we're not going to be considered in breach of contract because you agreed to allow us to do this. That protects the seller. All right. So let's do some highlighting. On page 189, under contingencies, highlight the first sentence. It talks about the that FHA VA loan special contingency clause, the first sentence under contingencies. But then in the next paragraph, we're just going to highlight the term subject to. It's just important that you understand what subject to means. It's a happening in which the contract is dependent on. It is a contingency. Look, if it's a bank sale or a short sale, purchase is subject to not just the seller of the property owns the property still when we do a short sale. However, the sale has to get approved by the seller's lender because they have to be willing to accept less than the seller owes them for the home. So we would have to write in that contract, even though the seller is accepting the offer, their lender still needs to accept it. So we have to write there in the contract a contingency for the seller that says purchase or sale is subject to the seller's lender's acceptance. Or we could just write subject to third-party approval. This is a short sale subject to third-party approval. And then we don't got to worry about if it's a lender or if it's another lien holder or if it's a bank or if it's a court. That's that third party. Okay. Two sentences from the end of the second paragraph under contingencies. That same line that says contingency in bold, the next on that same line, there's another sentence that starts. We're going to highlight where the purchaser has another home that must first be sold. The seller may insist on an escape clause, also called a kick out or knockout clause. And then it goes on explaining what the escape clause is. Okay. You could highlight it if you want, or just keep it at that sentence. And in the margin to the left, I just wrote protects the seller. So who does the escape, kick out, or knockout clause protect?
The
Seller.
seller.
The seller. Liquidated damages, we already have highlighted here on the page, right? Okay. Let's finish looking at the contingencies on the slide. Let's see, it could be a contingency depending on the expiration of a buyer's lease, a permit zoning. Maybe the purchaser wants to buy the property, but only if they could get a permit from the city to use it for a specific purpose. And if they can't get those permits, then they don't have to go through with the purchase. This is often done for commercial properties or for developers. If I'm gonna buy your land, I wanna make sure that I can get an approval for a subdivision to build so many homes on it. And if I can't get those approvals from the municipality, then I don't have to go through with the purchase of your land. So often I will make, a developer will make, when they're buying like a large, like acres and acres of land to put in a big subdivision, for example, they're gonna put environmental contingencies, inspection contingencies, permitting contingencies, because look, they could be spending millions of dollars here. So they may even be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on testing. So they may want to say that this purchase is contingent upon me being able to get the permit to be able to build what I want to build here. If I can't do that, what good is the land? Right? All right. Here's an additional contractual issue here. New Jersey has just they only got a single sentence here in the book about it now. Used to be about a half a page. That New Jersey has a plain language requirement for contracts that says you have to use words that are common in the everyday English language that don't have a separate legalese meaning to them. However, this was reduced to just a little blurb because it's not going to be on exam because that only applies to properties valued under $50,000. And how many of them are in New Jersey? Right? So rescission of a contract. What does the word rescission mean?
Cancellation.
Your ability to cancel a contract within a given period of time, right? What is the rescission period for resale properties?
5 days
7 days,
or 7?
Attorney review,
7 days.
Oh,
3 days.
Oh,
3
3
days.
2 days.
I'm not going in the same order that I always have. What is the rescission period for new construction for the purchase of out-of-state properties?
7 days.
7 days.
7.
7 days.
Or new construction for the discovery of off-site conditions?
7.
5,
5.
5 days.
New construction for large subdivisions or where there's common area elements involved?
7.
7 days. What about for purchase money mortgage loans?
No days.
No days.
0. What about loans to refinance presently owned property?
3 days.
3
3
days.
days. All right. Option agreements. What kind of contract has an option in it? A unilateral one. And they must be prepared by attorneys, right? Any contract where one party has an option to do something, it's a unilateral contract and only attorneys can prepare option agreements. So highlight under rescission of a contract, highlight the last paragraph there. Borrowers who change their minds about mortgage loans have 3 days in which to cancel the transaction if the mortgage is for refinancing presently owned property. There's no similar right of rescission used for the purchase of real estate. And then I want you to write beneath that, purchase money mortgages or purchase money mortgage. What is a purchase money mortgage? Read it backwards.
Money to purchase a mortgage.
Mortgage, money to purchase. All right, so it's basically any type of loan. It's not a loan, it's any type of loan that's used to acquire real estate, to purchase it, would be called a purchase money mortgage. So would seller financing be considered a purchase money mortgage?
Yes.
It's used to
Yes.
buy the real estate, then yes. So often, and probably on exam, they're going to refer to as seller financing as a purchase money mortgage. However, it's not the only type of purchase money mortgage. Any loan to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage, and you can just read it backwards. Mortgage money to purchase, if you forget the definition of a purchase money mortgage, okay? Option agreements, just highlight the title, option agreements, and then on the last line, highlight should be prepared by attorneys. I know it's repetitive. We went over it in last chapter, I believe, or beginning of this one.
Should or must be?
It must be. The book is just using the word should here. I'm going to send it to the book manufacturer. Let me see, 190. See if they'll replace those words. Okay. Land contract. And the next thing, what is a land contract? Well, here's a slide with all the different rights of rescissions I got over here again for you. Land contract. What is a land contract? My definition here lays it all out on one slide for you. Study this slide, not necessarily the book. You'll see what I'm going to have you highlight in the book right now. Actually, let's highlight the notes that we need to highlight in the book, and then I'll explain it. Highlight the title, land contracts. Land contract, sometimes called an installment sales contract. Land contracts are typically used as a means of seller financing. Highlight that. Page 190, down the bottom, land contracts. Sometimes called an installment sales contract because the buyer is making payments in installments and they're waiting for the deed. The seller does not, in this type of an agreement, the seller does not turn over the deed to the buyer until they paid the full amount owed off, which is different than typical seller financing or any financing for that matter, where a buyer is purchasing a property, the seller gives the deed immediately to the purchaser, and then they make their mortgage payments to their lender or the seller if it's a seller financing. But a land contract is a different type of seller financing where the buyer makes installment payments like they normally would to the seller, to their lender, who's their lender in that case. However, the seller does not give the ownership. They don't turn over that deed to the buyer until they paid off the full amount that they agreed upon. That's a land contract. So if we go down maybe about 5 or 6 lines, you see where it says equitable title in bold?
Yeah.
The line just above that, just above where it says equitable title, I want you to start highlighting there where it says, although a buyer obtains possession when a contract is signed by both parties and the buyer has equitable title, the seller does not execute and deliver the deed to the buyer until the terms of the contract have been satisfied. Now, let's see the way that I assembled this definition in this slide. First of all, I tell you, do not confuse a land contract with a ground lease, which we're going to learn about in the next chapter. A ground lease is when it's a long-term lease where somebody rents property from a landowner and they erect a building on it. They construct and erect a building on it. A land contract, a lot of times people confuse land contracts with ground leases. A land contract is a type of seller financing, also known as an installment sales contract, where the buyer makes payments in installments and they wait for the deed. Once they pay off the full amount owed, the seller will give them the deed, but not until then. All right?
So, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Quick question, is that like rent to own?
Yeah.
Okay.
An installment sales contract, it's like a rent to own. Okay, the seller's not going to give you the deed until you pay the full amount off. Now, so does the buyer own the property even though they're making mortgage payments on it?
No.
No,
Oh.
not until they pay off the full amount owed. So wait a minute. Is it easy for the owner to get that tenant out if they stop making payments?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
All right, this fall, it's harder to evict them than a tenant because they have a financial interest in the property that we call equitable title.
Mhm.
But it's easier to get them out than foreclosure. It puts them in that neverland over there. Okay, so it's easier to get them out than a renter, harder to get them out than a foreclosure.
Right.
I'm sorry, I got that backwards. Harder to get them out than a renter, easier to get them out than a foreclosure.
Yeah,
we
right, got it.
Wait, easier to get them out.
Than a
Then-
foreclosure. Because foreclosure, they don't own the property yet, so you could get them out easier than foreclosing. Foreclosure is the process of a lender or lien holder taking ownership of the property. Foreclosure is the legal process of taking ownership of a property back from the current owner because they're not paying their debt or obligation that they put up as collateral for that loan. So you don't have to foreclose on the person because they're not the owner. So it's easier to get them out than foreclosure, but it's harder to get them out than a renter because they're not just a renter. They're a renter that has a financial ownership interest in that property that we call equitable title. The word title means ownership. Equity or equitable comes from the root word of equity. And I got a definition of the word equity at the bottom of this slide in front of you right now. Equity is the difference between the market value of a property and what's owed on it. And as that buyer renter is making payments to acquire this property, they're building up their equity, aren't they? So we call that equitable title. How much equity do they have in the title?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So if they put a timeline on it, which would be whatever that's called over here.
Well, they're not gonna put a timeline on it. It's gonna be based on the amount of money that they paid.
Okay.
Now, you may have a lot of questions to me about, well, what happens if they default and they get kicked out? Do they get any of that money back?
What
You may have a
happened?
lot of questions and I have no answers.
Okay.
The reason why I have no answers is because this agreement would be custom between that buyer and that seller. And therefore it varies greatly from one to the other, depends on how the attorneys drew up the agreement.
And is this commercial and real property?
It could be, yep.
Okay.
So what do you need to know for exams? Because it will be on exams. A land contract is just a type of seller financing. They could ask another question. What is a land contract also known as? An installment sales contract. Right? What do we call the financial interest that a buyer has in a land contract? Equitable title.
Title.
Those are the possible questions that you could get for this topic on school and state. And don't confuse these two, land contract and ground lease. A lot of times people confuse the two. What do we call it when a tenant rents a property and then for the purpose of erecting a building on it? It's a long-term lease. See, sometimes people think, well, they're renting the land, so isn't it a land contract? No, it's a
Ground lease.
ground lease.
Ground leads, yeah.
Okay. So you could see how it could be easily confused, right? Just by the naming of it.
So I'm
All
sure
right.
Amazon buildings and those Amazon warehouses and the ShopRites, they should be basically ground leases, right?
Some are, but generally Amazon got so much money, they buy it.
Oh, okay.
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos. Yes.
He is the largest landowner in the world now.
Wow.
I just seen this on a documentary or movie or news or something the other day. I forget what the hell I saw it on.
Sure his
Uh,
wife isn't?
What's that?
Are you sure his wife isn't? Are you sure the wife isn't the first one?
Yeah, no.
I would say he has more land than McDonald's.
He does.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, it's not how much land that McDonald's owns. See, McDonald's was not previously known as the largest landowner. They were the largest real estate company in the world
Mm-hmm.
Know that.
Yeah.
because they have a lot of McDonald's also deals with some of their franchisees. They lease land, they purchase it, or they do ground leases, and McDonald's would broker those deals. They have their own real estate departments. Which, by the way, if you guys do any commercial real estate, if you're going to dabble in it, at least even, if you guys get a commercial property and it's a good idea that the value's in the land, not the building, you could tear down this building and put something else up. You guys got to look at those as options to sell. Don't just look at a property and say, oh, there's a building on it. Oh, we got to sell it for somebody. What could this building be used for? You got to look at the location and the size of the building. If it's a corner lot and it's got certain criteria to it, you could start doing a little reverse prospecting by looking for potential buyers where this property would meet their criteria, like certain franchises that are looking for a property where they could have a drive-through, or they're looking for certain lots that are certain sizes or certain locations and the sizes and dimensions of the property. And then you reach out to their property disposition department, or to see if they have their own real estate department. You got to look up corporate McDonald's, look up corporate CVS, or corporate Walgreens, or corporate Burger King, or corporate, a lot of these places look for certain kinds of properties. You got to look at the franchises and start reverse prospecting, reaching out to their real estate department, say, hey, you got any franchisees looking for a property in this area? Because they got a perfect property that would fit your needs here.
I love that.
Okay. Got to think outside the box a little bit, and if you do things like that, you'll be a better agent.
Mm-hmm. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'm actually working on putting a database together of the asset disposition and the real estate branches of a lot of those big companies. I'm sure there's a lot of commercial companies out there that already have something like that. Well, at least I would assume that they would. I mean, that's what they specialize in, but I'm working on it. All right. So items needed to prepare a contract. Let's see. This is a domain name that I bought, njrforms.com. That's for New Jersey realtors, right? Our realtor dues give us access to this. All it does is it forwards to this domain, njrealtor.com/zipform. Okay. But this is a little bit easier to remember. So I always, when I go to the contract form systems, I just type in njrforms.com, and that takes us to the contract form systems that you get as part of your realtor dues, where you could prepare your digital contracts. And remember, every MLS will give you access to tax records, but remember I created this tiny URL for you guys?
Yeah.
tinyurl.com/NJ tax records. There's actually some other ones too on the class links Word document here. That tinyurl.com/NJ tax records. Rex. NJ tax. Okay. Records. I have that listed here a couple of times. I don't know. Okay, NJ tax records. All right, so there we go. I know somebody pulled up in another one of my classes, another free tax site that I got a link to. I just got to add it to this Word document. Anyway, thinking out loud. When you're preparing a contract, a sales contract, who prepares the sales contract, by the way?
Well, if it's for a 1 to 4, I mean, for real estate, it would be the
licensee.
licensee. Yeah, the
Which
real.
one? There's two to a transaction. You got a seller's agent and a buyer's agent. Who prepares the purchase contract?
The seller's agent.
Who is the
To do-
seller's agent?
okay.
The broker.
Are you talking about the listing company or the one who's working with the buyer?
The listing
The
company.
The
listing?
listing company.
No?
The buyer's agent prepares this purchase contract
Okay.
Why is that?
because they're the one that's making the offer.
Okay.
Yeah, those can is it because the contract can be changed around and stuff based on the offer and the buyer's standards?
Well, we're making the offer. Now, typically, I told you in other places like South Jersey and other states, they don't submit we don't put together a contract until we do non-binding or term sheets, non-binding term sheets or intent to purchases. However, here in North Central Jersey, we actually prepare the actual contract that we submit when we're making an offer. So we're having the buyer, we fill out the contract with all the terms and everything in it already, and then we submit it to the seller. If they accept it, they sign it, then it goes to attorneys, and attorneys make any changes after that.
Okay, for some reason, I don't, did I miss something? Because why is it backwards?
Well, the buyer's agent is the one that writes the contract up. If I'm showing you properties and you're interested in one, I say, so are you ready to make an offer? So should I write the offer up?
Okay.
It makes sense now.
Well, what's the offer that I'm writing up? It's the actual contract.
Well, what about the sellers, like, list, like the seller's price in their listing, like, do they
Well,
not?
Well, wait.
Offer?
How much are you going to offer? Are you offering full asking price? Or are you going to offer some other amount? Well, that's up to you as the buyer.
The buyer, right.
Okay, well, now I'm with you now.
Okay. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to try to get you guys to understand the story. Okay.
But if the seller does have stipulations on the way to sell,
Well, then they could say, I'm not going to accept this offer unless you put this in your offer.
Oh, okay, all right, I got it.
Okay. If it's a short sale, for example, they may want a certain kind of wording to be in there. Well, the buyer's agent's got to add that in. Okay.
Got it.
Now, I suggested when you're preparing a contract that you have several windows open on your computer, in your web browser. You're going to have one window open that has the contract form system on there. You're going to have another window open that has the tax records. You're going to have another window open for the MLS listing of the property, because you're going to be copying and pasting information into the contract and printing out the copy of the listing and making it part of the contract. And I would suggest that you print out the tax record as well, but you're going to need information from tax records as well, lot and block number, if it's not in the MLS listing itself. But at least the tax record system would show you the names of all the sellers, all the current owners, which needs to be on the contract. If the listing agent didn't put it publicly available in the MLS, which often they don't. So you need to get that information to put it in the contract. You're going to need to have another window open for the Real Estate Commission's website to get the license number of the other agency and their broker, because the laws changed a little bit in the last year that require that any contracts that we prepare have to have our real estate license numbers next to our name on the contract. So we're going to put the name of the other agent and their agency, and we have to have their license numbers. So where do we get that? Well, I made another tiny URL here that is a shortcut to the Real Estate Commission's website. So if I click on this, It's not going to do nothing unless I minimize that window first. Hold on, sorry. So I got to minimize this window first, and then I click on that link, that tiny URL,
Mhm.
and then it's going to take us here. Okay, so the link, let me copy the link so I could just show you again. I'm going to copy the link and I'm going to paste it. So you guys can see what that link is again. Because you guys are seeing the web browser, right? So look, see the link I just pasted here? tinyurl.com/NJRE license search.
Hmm.
This is a shortcut I made for you. I suggest that you guys make note of this shortcut, because even after you pass the state exam and you mail all your paperwork into the state along with the $160 to get your license for the first time, how do you know when you get a license? The Real Estate Commission is not going to send you a paper license. You got to check this database to see if your name is in it. Once your name shows up, you could print out your pocket card. Here's your pocket card.
Mm-hmm.
And the license law requires you to carry your pocket card with you at all times that you're doing business. And now you can work. Now you can start working in real estate once your name shows in this database, but not before. So here's the tiny URL I created for you guys to be able to search it. It's, once again, it's tinyurl.com/NJRE for real estate, NJRE license search. Everybody got it?
Yes.
You click that and it takes you to this long domain on the real estate. See, this is the Real Estate Commission's website for the license search. And then all you do is you type in your name in here and you type in your last name, comma, first initial or first name. Put in as little information as possible because it's not a smart search. They made it a little bit smarter, but it's still a pretty dumb search engine. So you put in your name. Look, if I just put in Victor Kaminsky and I do a search, it's not going to come back. You gotta put it in a certain format. I gotta put in Kaminsky, comma, V. I don't even need to spell the full name. Search it, and boom, there I am. It only come back with my stuff because I'm the only Kaminsky V. All right. But if you got a common name, you know, then it's going to come up a lot. Look, there's quite a few Kaminskys there too, but you know, Kaminsky's still not that common. It is in Polish, but it's not still not that common. You know, it's not like Smith or Chen. You know, these are not a common name. You know, the name's that common. You know, look up in a phone book the name Smith or Chen or something like that. Those are super common. You're gonna thousands of people will come back. Here. Let's take a look. How many Smiths are there? Oh, I'd say there's a lot. You'll be going through a lot of pages there trying to find them, right? Good example. 1,005 to be exact found.
Wow.
You know, so if that's the case, if you want to find a specific Smith, you would put in Smith. If that's your last name, comma, your first name, you know, to try to limit, you know, the results that come back on that. Anyway, so whoa, look at this guy, Smith and Associates. Wow, it's the first time I've seen that in here. Revoked status.
Oh,
When was it revoked? Oh, back in '97. Wow. That's interesting. All right. Anyway, back to the lesson. All right. So we'll have make sure that you get the pre-qualification letter or pre-approval letter from the for the buyer, because you're going to submit that along with your offer, right? Or a proof of funds letter if they're a cash buyer. Make sure that you get the lead paint addendum from the seller's agent, the listing agent. It should have already been filled out by the seller. Sometimes check in the MLS listing. There's a place where agents can put attachments. They may already have it uploaded there so that you could download it and print it out and have any potential buyers fill it out. But if it's not, if the seller's agent, if the listing agent did not put that or upload that information, you're gonna have to call them and ask them to fax it or email it to you before you prepare this contract, right? If the property was built prior to 1978. At that time, you could also ask them for a copy of the seller's property condition disclosure report, unless it's already uploaded to the MLS. And then make sure that you contact the seller's agent to get a copy, to find out who the attorney is that the seller is using and the buyers are using, okay? But remember, at this time, you don't have to do that just quite yet though, because at this time, you're just submitting the offer to see if the seller accepts it. Now, if they do accept it, then you need to contact that other agent and be like, well, what attorney is the other side using? And then you could look up the attorney's information so that you could email it or fax it over to them and confirm that they received it. You're going to fax it or email it to both sides' attorneys. And then you're going to call them to confirm that they've received it to start the attorney review process. Now, which attorney would start that attorney review process?
The buyer.
Buyer's attorney, yeah.
Sellers. We're submitting the offer from the buyer to the seller. The seller's attorney will then make any changes that they want to that contract,
Yeah, seller.
and then they would submit it over to the buyer's attorney. But I submit it to both attorneys because who knows, maybe the buyer's attorney is not going to like some of the wording we got in there too.
Yeah, my attorney didn't.
Yeah, well, a lot of attorneys don't. A lot of attorneys already have a standard form for the changes that they're going to make to our standard contract that we use. When our companies use a standard contract, because
Right.
you may work for a real estate company that has their own custom contracts that they want to use.
Right. Okay.
That's why we go over all the things that are required to be in contracts, because if your company has a custom contract, well, it still needs to have certain things in it. All right. The mortgage commitment letter that's to be produced within 30 to 45 days from the date of contract. Make sure that you're writing down a business day on that contract. And you only count calendar days though, but make sure that it lands on a business day. And the closing date, you'll put down 45 to 60 days. I would put down 60 days from the calendar days from the date of the contract. But check this out. If 60 days later ends up like the first couple days of the next month, push it forward just a little bit so that it ends up at the end of the month of the previous month. Because if it ends at the if you set a closing to be at end of month, the buyer's lender is going to make that transaction a priority. They want to get their month end numbers in for the bank. They want to close out those transactions. Because if it's set for the beginning of the next month, oh, you got all month to close on it. You know, the lenders, the finance companies, they try to get their month end numbers in. All right, their sales numbers in. Just a tip. Okay. We're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review. Then we're going to go back to the contract. I'm going to have you fill in some stuff, and then we're going to break for lunch. Okay. So let's do the key terms to review. Agreement between two parties or actually we'll probably just finish the key term to review and break for lunch. Agreement between two parties to perform some legal act.
Contract.
7 is A. A violation of a contract.
Breach of contract. which
3 is B, breach of contract.
not
The
B.
buyer's deposit with purchase contract.
Earnest money.
Earnest money.
9 is C, earnest money. A certain happening to which a contract depends.
Contingent.
Contingency.
Contingencies. 6 is D. A contract not put into words, but shown by actions.
Implied contract.
Implied contract.
15 is E, an implied contract. A contract that is set down in words.
Express contract.
You express yourself with words, right? So it's an express contract. 14 is F. Contract that has been fulfilled.
Executed contract.
Executed.
12 is G, executed contract. A contract that has not yet been performed.
Executory.
Executory.
Executory. 13 is H. A contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral contract.
2 is I, bilateral contract. Interest acquired by a buyer with a land contract.
Equitable title.
10 is J, equitable title. Offer returned to the buyer with changes by the seller.
Counter offer.
8 is K, the counter offer. Protections for the seller when the buyer has another house to sell.
Escape clause.
Escape clause. 11 is, was it I? Was it
L.
L.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, L. So 11 is L. What is a escape clause also known as, by the way?
It's the
Kick out or knockout clause?
knocked out. Yeah.
Know the three terms that it goes by. Actually, you may want to write it here. You could write it even here if you're reviewing your key terms at all. Kick out, knockout clause, write that next there. Or kick out, knockout. Something of value given in exchange.
Consideration.
Consideration.
5 is M, consideration. And what are the three legal forms of consideration you recall?
Mhm. Oh crap.
What's another word for mortgage loan or money? Legal
Oh.
tender. Legal tender, an exchange of something of value or love and affection,
Oh, love and affection. Yeah.
right? People usually remember the love and affection one only for some reason. Those legally qualified to enter into contracts,
Competent parties.
they are competent parties. 4 is N. Transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Assignment.
1
Assignment.
is O, assignment. An agreement under which the buyer makes payments in installments and they wait for the deed.
60.
Land contract.
Land contract. So 16 is P. That's a type of seller financing, right? All right, key terms 2. Contract binding one party, the other party's free to act or not.
Option.
What are they
Unilateral.
describing? Hold on a second. What are they describing there?
They're describing the contract, so it has to be unilateral
It's
contract,
unilateral.
right?
No, it's an option. Is it
They're
option?
describing the option.
Option.
It is a unilateral contract, but what they're describing is an option. So you got to pay attention to the way it's
wording.
real tricky there. That one's real tricky. I understand it. That's why I worded it a different way. I said, what are they describing there? So 4 is A. 4 is A, the option. Seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Unenforceable.
Enforceable.
11 is B, unenforceable. Contract clause requiring punctual performance.
Time is of the essence.
10 is C, time is of the essence. It's very important. Return to the status quo. That means to return to the way that you started.
That would be. No,
Like liquidable. No way.
Is it recession? 6.
Rescission, rescission.
Okay,
When you're canceling a contract, you're returning to the way you started, right? Rescission, 6D. Contract that does not meet all the legal requirements.
Voidable.
If it doesn't meet all the real legal requirements to begin with,
It's a
It's
void
void.
contract.
it's void. 14 is E. A contract that's binding, but one party may disaffirm it.
unilateral
Oh,
contract.
oh yeah.
No,
Ah.
That's a voidable contract.
that's voidable by one of the parties who can disaffirm it. 15 is F, like a contract with a minor.
Yeah.
A contract that meets all the legal requirements.
Valid.
Valid contract.
13 is G, the valid contract. A court action usually asking that a seller be forced to sell as they agreed.
Specific
Specific
performance.
7 is H, specific performance. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights. It's a statute of limitations. 9 is I. And what's the statute of limitations for contracts, mortgages, and cases of fraud? What's a statute of limitations? What's the statute of limitations for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud?
6 years.
6 years. And what about lawsuits to recover real property?
10
2
years.
years.
Okay. You see, there's a lot. Listen, guys, this terminology in this chapter, you're getting a lot of questions from it on exams. State exam particularly. Which is the last one that we just did?
We did I.
Okay. Law requiring certain contracts to be in writing.
Statute of fraud.
Statute of frauds.
8 is J, the statute of frauds. One-sided promise valid only if the other party acts.
Unilateral.
12 is K, unilateral contract. Convention that a written contract overrides spoken promises.
Parole evidence rule.
Parole evidence rule, correct. 5 is L. Substitution of a new contract for an existing one.
Novation.
Novation. 2 is M. A sum agreed on to serve as damages in case of future defaults.
Liquidated damages.
Liquidated damages. 1 is N. And a meeting of the minds is also referred to as
Offer and
Or an acceptance.
3 is, or as a part of offer and acceptance. 3 is O. Correct. All right. So let's just go over really quick. We're done with chapter 11, but let's go back to the beginning of the contract on first page of the contract on page 175. Just make a couple notes for yourself, things to prepare for the contract. Well, I have it right here on this slide. These are the items that you need to prepare for the sales contract, to do the sales contract. All right. These last 2 slides in chapter 11 are for preparing the sales contract. These are the notes that I'm basically going to dictate to you to put on here, and including this slide right here. It tells you, don't leave any lines blank. Write NA if an item does not apply to your particular transaction. Contracts have to state the amount of the down payment the borrower's making, the initial, as well as any second deposits, the type of loan if they're buying using a loan, whether it's conventional, FHA, or VA. If it's a conventional loan, the typical conventional loan requires 20% down. It could be less depending on the person, but you need to find out. It'll be written on the buyer's pre-approval or pre-qualification letter. FHA typically requires 3.5% down, but buyer could put more than that down. If that's the case, we need to find out how much the buyer's putting down, and then we would put that on the contract, because it's required to put on the contract. We need to account for all the money. Veterans, VA, if the person's getting a VA loan, VA loans do not require any down payment. However, the lender may sometimes require it. The VA and FHA, even though these are government loans, they're not supplying the money for the loan. Okay, so the VA loan would be, the lender may require some money down, even though the VA does not. But if that's the case, then there'll be some change in funds at the end where they'll get money back at the end of the transaction. It's 100% financing. Now, the word concession is, hey, we're going through an election right now. What is a concession? you know, a lot of times we know that term with elections. When somebody gives up, they concede to the other person that they lost, right? Well, a concession for a real estate transaction is when a seller concedes some money to the buyer for things like closing costs or for repairs. So it's a concession is something is money that the seller gives up to the buyer. They're conceding to the buyer money towards their closing costs perhaps, or it could be for repairs. All right. And the law limits how much of a seller's concession the seller can give to a buyer, depending on the type of loan that they're getting. FHA and VA loans have a maximum seller concession allowed of 6%. And for conventional loans, it's 3%. So on the top of page 175, right, VA loans don't require down payment. FHA requires 3.5% down. This is the very top of the page 175. VA requires no down payment. FHA requires 3.5% minimum down.
$175, you said?
Yeah, on page 175, that's the first page of the purchase contract. Okay, so
Okay.
at the very top of the page, you're just making a little note for yourself. VA loans don't require down payment. FHA requires 3.5% minimum down. Let me know when you guys are done writing that.
Hold on.
Done.
Um,
I'm sorry, I had to close my book on accident. What page were we on again?
175.
Okay.
So at the top of page 175, you're writing VA loans don't require down payment. FHA requires 3.5% minimum down.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody got that?
Yep.
Okay. Go down to line number 35. Now, all the other lines above that in section 1 is where the buyers put their names and address where they currently live, not the property address where they're buying. And below that is the agree to purchase from. They have all the sellers' names and the property where they currently live, which could be different than the property that they're selling, which you put that information on line 36. Line 36 is where you put down the subject property. So just write on that line, subject property address. And then the line below it, you put the municipality where it's located. So for instance, on line 36, you would just write like 123 Main Street. And then if you would put down the city that it's in below that, where it says municipal location of, or displayed on the municipal tax map of, and then you write the municipality name there. Followed by the county. Highlight that where it says county name. Do not leave that blank. You need to figure it out. If you don't know what the county is, well, you need to figure it out. You know, some of you signed up for this class. I asked for county name, you know. Sometimes people don't answer it. They leave it blank. Oh, I don't know what county I live in. Well, you need to figure out, okay? You need to submit that information to get your info put into the state system. When we're preparing contracts, we need to figure out. There are municipalities that share the same name in New Jersey that are in different counties. So we could have 2 cities that have the same name in New Jersey, but they're in different counties. So we're preparing a contract for sale. You know, we can prepare contracts anywhere throughout the state. What city are we talking about? Located in which county? We have to specify it here. Okay. Followed by the block and lot number. Block and lot number you would get from the MLS listing or the tax system. So over here we have that. I give you that tiny URL over here for the tax record system, or you could go directly from the MLS. Hold on. Let me pull this up in the, okay, let's go to a tax record system. We'll just pull up a address that's, any address, see whatever I got here. I think this one was in Woodbridge that somebody did one time. No, I don't know where that was. I just look up any here, Main Street and Woodbridge. I know there's a lot of properties there. So let's pick up one of these at random. All right. Here's a property on Main Street in Woodbridge. I picked at random just now. So we got to find the lot and block number. Here is the block number 139. Oh, sorry. 139.09, and the lot number is 119. Okay. So we would have to put that in. Sometimes there's dash on a letter, or there could be letters, alpha characters in it too. So block and lot numbers we get from the tax records, and then we would just copy that over to this field in the on the actual contract itself. So let me actually, we're going by the book, but let me also open up an actual contract on screen. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, here's an actual sales contract. You can see it on screen. You see it says the opinion 26 notice. We got that up there. You guys see this? Yeah, you guys see the contract?
Yes.
All right, so
Yeah.
here's the opinion 26 notice. That's the cover page, which, by the way, you have the listing broker signs it, the seller and buyer signed, and the listing broker who works for the seller. And then we have the buyer's brokers listed here as the selling broker. Why is that? Why are they calling them the selling broker? This terminology can sometimes be confusing. Well, because they're the one that's bringing the buyer to add the act that's actually, they're the cause of the sale. So we refer to the buyer's broker as the seller broker, the selling broker. There's a listing agency and the selling agencies. So the selling agency, the selling broker, is the one that brings the buyer. Okay. And then you got to put down who is actually preparing this contract, these documents. Okay. At the beginning of the purchase contract here, you could see there's a, we have a list of all the table of contents of all the documents, all the sections of the contract, and then there will be a place at the end of the contract where we could add documents to it as well. So if you want to find out where there's something specifically located here in the contract, you could look up the section here, then go to that line, this section, not line number, but the section within it. Okay, so let's pretend that this contract that we're preparing in the book I already have it filled in here a little bit. So I told you, you're gonna put the property address right here on this line 36, line 38, the next line below it. You're gonna put the tax map for the municipality, the county location. Okay, you gotta put down the county. It's not country. We know you're in America. You know, we're gonna put down the United States. We're gonna put down county here. And then the lot and block number that I just showed you where you get it from the tax, the record, you would put that right here. Now, let's just pretend that this contract we're preparing is for a $300,000 house where the buyer is using an FHA loan. In a blank spot, guys, if you got a blank line over here or a section somewhere over here where there's blank, actually you already wrote, let's just write here that this is going to be for an FHA loan, okay? Just write FHA 3.5% put over here. Just write it down in your book. Put FHA using an FHA 3.5% down. So on this first line where it says total purchase price, we're going to write $300,000 on that line. And that initial deposit, when we're making the offer, that good faith deposit is $1,000. So write that $1,000 on the next line for the initial deposit. Now, if the buyer is putting down 3.5%, what's 3.5% of $300,000? It's $10,500. So what's the additional, the second deposit the buyers are going to need to put down? $9,500. So write that on the next line. And then what we'll have to do is we'll have to subtract that amount, that $10,500 from the whole purchase price. And this is how much loan that the buyer needs to qualify for, $289,500. And then we put the balance of the purchase price over here. In this case, it'll be 0. This line, balance of the purchase price, let's just say that that second deposit, they weren't going to make the full $9,500. They were only going to pay $5,000 of it. Then they would still have how much of a balance? Hello?
Oh, $300,000.
They'd have a $4,500 balance still. If they put down $5,000 here for the second deposit, they'd still have a balance of $4,500. So that would be money that they bring to closing. So this balance of the purchase price would be any additional monies that that buyer needs to bring to closing pertaining to this, these figures, okay? So if that's the case, if they didn't make this whole 9,500 here, any amount that they split up that they would be bringing to closing instead, they would put on this line.
Oh, so like, let's say for mortgage, they don't get that. I'm like, okay, so we have to add basically the deposits that they have in there and stuff like that. And then
The mortgage
that's what they've
amount,
already put.
the mortgage amount that they need to qualify is the purchase price minus their down payment
Okay,
is-
yeah, so my question
is how much they need.
is,
And for an FHA loan, we know that they have to have a minimum of 3.5% down. So we're just pretending that they're not putting anything more than that down. They're only going to put the minimum of 3.5%. So 3.5% times 300,000 is $10,500. So that's where we got this from.
so my question here is though, let's say that's what they need to qualify for the mortgage, but let's say that they don't qualify for that and they have to put out that, let's say $10,000 more out of pocket. That will be where the balance of purchase price should be. That's how much they're going to be bringing.
Any additional monies, yeah. Or they could have put that over here. I mean, they could have brought that, if they have that money, they could have put it down here. And if they're bringing it to closing though, then they would put it here.
Okay, makes sense.
But the way that you pose that question though, if they didn't qualify for the loan, can they still purchase the property? Well, whatever amount that they qualify for, they would have to make up the difference, yeah. But if they are making up that difference, that may also affect how much they could qualify for in the loan to begin with too. So gotta be careful with that.
In the mortgage world, that's called like loan to value, right?
Well, LTV, loan to value, is how much the lender will loan you in relation to how the value of the property.
Yeah.
So an LTV on an FHA loan, which we're doing here in this example here, how much does the buyer have to put down?
3.5.
Okay, so what is the LTV on a FHA loan?
96.5.
Yeah. The lender will loan you 96.5% of the value of the home. See, that's something that we go over in the mortgage chapter. But when you look at it, oh Jesus, whiteboard never even opened. When you look at it, there we go. Come on, whiteboard. I opened up this whiteboard this morning. This thing still didn't open. Come on, whiteboard, open up. Check it, check it, check it. Sorry, just trying to boost up this whiteboard and get it to open. Anyway, the LTV, let me close it and I'll try to reopen it again. The LTV is the loan to value ratio. So it's how much the lender will loan you in relation to the appraised value, not the price, ridiculous price that somebody may be offering, but how much the property actually appraised for. Sorry, I got the whiteboard doing some stuff here, trying to open it. It looks like it may be opening in a second. All right, so an LTV would be, this is what an LTV is. LTV stands for loan to value ratio. So if the LTV on a FHA loan is 96.5, because you got to put 3.5% down. So they will lend you 96.5% to the appraised value of the property, not whatever ridiculous price that you're offering, but whatever the house appraises for. The lender will not lend you more money than what the house appraises for or the property appraises for. So you could see that all the time. If the LTV ratio is 90%, how much is the buyer got to put down?
10%.
You got to put down 10%, right? Your typical LTV ratio on a conventional loan is 80% because the buyer's got to put down 20%, right? This is what a 20% down, right?
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is a lot of money. All right, so don't forget over here, don't leave these lines blank over here. The buyer's got to initial. You got to have all the buyer's initial here and all the seller's initial here. Do not leave those lines blank on a contract. Because if you do, somebody can just print out a new front page and swap it out in the contract, can't they?
Yeah.
All right. Now, next page over here, you see manner of payment, the initial deposit to be paid by the buyer. Let's just say that they're paying that to the participating broker, would be the buyer's agent who's actually filling out this contract, preparing this contract. So we're going to check off participating broker. And then when they gave us that money, and then for additional deposit, that's the second deposit. When are they going to give it to us? I never put a date on there. Instead, I write on here, I actually write 10 days after attorney review. Look, it says if left blank, then within 10 days after the fully signed contract. No, 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 no. I write 10 days after attorney review. That's a little bit different. From 10 days from the time somebody signs the contract or 10 days after attorney review, right? That's a little bit different. So I write 10 days after attorney review, because what if it never gets out of attorney review? What, the buyer's still gonna have to give them money, turn that money, take it out of their bank account and give that additional $9,500 to the broker. And it's not even out of attorney review yet. Instead, they could just have it sitting in their own bank account. So I always write here, I actually write this phrase in here, 10 days after attorney review. Okay. And then on this line, well, if they're giving the money to us, where do we put it? We give it to the broker, right? And they
Yeah,
put it in the non-interest bearing account of, and then we put down our brokerage name here.
Yeah, the
If,
broker.
if we're turning that money over to an attorney or a title company, we've got to make sure we put down the attorney law firm name on this line. Not the attorney's name, but their law firm name, whoever's name that escrow account is in. All right. Go down a little bit further by line 75-ish here. You see it says principal amount. Well, once again, this is how much the buyer needs to qualify for a mortgage, right? And they're getting an FHA loan, so you make sure that you check off FHA here. Section 203K, this is an FHA loan too. This is when they're getting a construction loan, an FHA improvement loan, rather. So the options are VA, FHA, Section 203K, or conventional or other. All right. And then for the term, your typical loan is 30 years. So if they're getting a 30-year loan, you're going to write down 30 years with monthly payments, a 30-year schedule. So what date do we put on this line here? This is when they need to get the mortgage commitment letter from the lender by. That's where the lender commits to giving them the loan. And when did I say that needs to be? Well, if we go back to our slideshow here, wrong slideshow. We go back to our slideshow here. I said mortgage commitment letter to be produced 30 to 45 calendar days. So you're including weekends. You're counting Monday. You're counting all the days. Your calendar days, 30 to 45 calendar days from the date of the contract. You're going to put a date, make sure it lands on a business day. And you're going to put that date on that line.
Yeah, hi. I'm calling from my father. His name is
Hold on, let me mute you. You can hear your conversation. All right, then we have, so over here, we're putting a date on this line, 30 to 45 calendar days from date of contract, from the date that you're preparing this contract. All right, and then, so I would say not to rush it. I'd say put 45 days on there. That gives you plenty of time. You should have it before then you produce it. And then over here on this line, 94 or 95, this is one continued line, is where you're going to put the date where you're planning on closing, where now the buyer will become the owner, all right, on that date. That'll be 60 days from that day that you're preparing the contract. 60 calendar days you count. Make sure that it doesn't land on a weekend or a holiday. Now, when you're picking holidays on your calendars, make sure that you have all the religious holidays put up there too. You know, you need to have also Jewish holidays on there. You know, you do have a lot of Jewish attorneys out there as well, but also banks observe those holidays, you know. So we got to make sure that we put on there a business day, not including holidays. Okay, so make sure that this date here ends up being a calendar day that is not a holiday. Okay. Now, one thing I need to make you guys aware, I just said it, you know, not to be stereotypical or anything, but there are a lot of Jewish attorneys out there. You have to be aware that sometimes when you're going to be faxing or emailing over contracts to the attorneys, if that attorney is Jewish and they're getting it on certain Jewish holidays, they're not allowed to use electronic devices, email, fax machines. They're not allowed to work on certain days, okay? So we have to be aware of that. They may not be picking up the phone. Now, you may call their office and perhaps get a paralegal though, okay, to talk to. But make sure that you're aware of those religious holidays too, okay? And look at the bottom of every page of the contract, make sure the buyer and seller's initials are there. In this section over here, line 115, this is where you're going to be writing items included on the sale, included in the sale. They would have been written into the, they should have been written in the listing agreement, or on the seller's property condition disclosure report. So I'm going to make a copy of that listing, the MLS listing, as part of this contract. I'm going to print it out and make it part of the contract. I'm going to send that over by fax or email along with the contract, because I'm writing here, if you don't specifically write all the individual items that are specifically included in the sale, you're going to write this per MLS number, put the MLS number of a property down. And the same thing for the next section where it says items excluded from the sale. You're going to write per MLS number. And then here's a little notation for yourself. This is just a note for yourself. You're going to add any items the listing agent specifically told you to exclude from the sale. So for instance, pretend that they did not, pretend that that agent forgot to tell you or to put in the listing that the chandelier is not included in the sale. The seller's taking it with them, but they told you about it. Oh, I forgot to put it in the listing. They're taking the chandelier with them. So make sure you put it in the contract. Make sure that you put it in the contract that the chandelier is not included. And I would write something like chandelier is excluded from the sale, but seller will replace with another lighting fixture. Okay. You'd write something like that. This way they agree to it and it's in writing. And now we have no problems later when the buyer sees that the chandelier is gone because we explained it to them. They signed off on it on the contract. It was in the contract. We're trying to avoid that drama, right? Certificate of occupancy, this section over here, there's a dollar amount. If left blank, it'll be 1.5% of the purchase price, but usually attorneys will write down $800 to $1,000 here, the limit. In the event that in order to get the certificate of occupancy, the city says all kinds of work needs to be done. If that work exceeds a certain dollar amount, then either the buyer or the seller can say, no, we're not going to do it. We'll back out of the contract instead. And then it's up to the buyer if they want to take the property as it is, or they want the seller to fix the items. If the seller, if it's over that certain dollar amount, seller don't have to, and they can just back out of the contract then. Okay. Municipal assessments, what is that? That's a special assessment. What's a special assessment? Hello?
Tester?
Is it done by a tester?
No, special assessment. Well, a tester is for checking, making sure nobody's getting discriminated against. A special assessment is a tax, an improvement tax that the municipality does for the area. And they would have assessed that on the property owner. So we're just basically asking, are there any special assessments here that the seller has not paid for yet?
Yeah, I remember now when we had the discussion about it.
Mm-hmm. Because those could create, look, municipal liens on the property. All right, quality insurability of title. The seller is guaranteeing that they're going to deliver a bargain and sale deed with covenants as to Grantors Act, or covenants against Grantors Act anyway. It's weird the way they wrote it. Initial the bottoms of the page. Line number 181, you would write here, not one, you would write, well, you could write the letter 1, O-N-E, or single family residence, 2 family, 3 family, or 4. Because anything more than 4 is commercial, right? And you don't use this contract for that then. Because we can only prepare contracts for 1, 2, 3, or 4 family or residential property, vacant land, residential property, right? So we would write here what it's zoned for. I don't care if the seller has a 2-family house with a bonus apartment behind the garage or something. That's not legal. A bonus apartment is not a legal place that can be rented out. Whatever the property is registered with the municipality as, is it a 1, 2, 3 family, 4 family? Okay. You put here whatever the legal description is, because if you put anything else, you're opening yourself to a lawsuit. Now, is the property being rented out at all? If that's the case, you're going to check either applicable or not applicable. In this case, it's not for rent. So you check not applicable, and then none of this stuff needs to be filled out. Okay. In the past, they didn't have this check mark here, so you'd have to just write here, depending on your contracts that you guys have. If you've got your own office contracts, you write NA all across this, not applicable. But if it is renters, you do have renters in there, you're gonna write down tenant's name, the location, unit 1 apartment, or the letter of their apartment, or location of their apartment. How much they pay monthly for rent, how much the landlord is holding for security deposit for them, and what their term is. When does the term expire? I'm gonna put that there. Here's that section that talks about lead. You know, is it applicable or not applicable? Meaning, was the prior built prior to 1978 property? If so, then it's applicable to this law, and that the seller or the buyer acknowledges that they received their booklet, the lead statement, and given a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection. We also write it here in that contract. Have them initial the bottoms, and if they do get an inspection and it's found to have lead, how many days are they going to go back and forth with? Are you going to do the repairs? Aren't you going to do the repairs? Each party has 3 days to respond to the other. Okay. I know if left blank, it says 3 business days, but I'm going to write in there. Okay, POET. You guys know what POET systems are? Do you remember that? I showed you a video about it.
Yeah.
Remember the water treatment systems, the water filtration, when people have like the arsenic, they want to make sure that the filtration systems for the property, is it at point of entry where the water comes into the property, or is it like under the sink at the point of distribution, right? So do they have a POET system or not? Applicable or not applicable, you check off here. Do they have a private sewer or public sewer? Okay, if it's a cesspool, you would check off applicable or not applicable. Okay, basically the rest of this contract, we're not going to go over all the details. You guys can read this on your own time and see everything that you need to fill out here. And I suggest you do read this contract so that you could see this is the actual contract that we go over. Oh, by the way, here's a section here for airport safety and zoning notice. In the past, this was never in our old contracts. This is great because I was actually working on putting my own contracts together, because in the past, we had to notify buyers if the property that they were purchasing was in an airport flight path safety zone. What is that? It's an area in vicinity of airports that are in safety zones, the areas that are most likely where a plane could possibly crash. All right. And when's the most dangerous areas for places to crash? During takeoff and landing, right? So probably at the beginning and the ending of a runway. Here, let me go to the draw you a little picture. Right. So when we have airport flight path safety zones, you have the runways, right? Here's a runway, right, on the airport. And if a plane is coming in, where is it most likely to crash? Okay, well, for miles on end this way before the runway, or miles on end this way after the runway, right? But wait a minute, a plane could also possibly veer off course a little bit too, right? So these areas here on the sides of the runways could also be within airport flight path safety zones. Now, if you're buying a house and it's in one of these regions over here within this safety zone, you could be restricted on how many levels that you could put on your home, right? So if you got one 2-level house or 1-level house and you want to build it up and put another level on, they could restrict you from doing that, because if there's a flight path that planes go by in order to land, now you're building up that structure any higher, you're making it more dangerous for that plane, because now that plane has to come in at a higher level, and then they got to do a swoop down to do their landing. Not that planes are coming in that low anyway to when they're doing their landing, but you never know with the municipal airports. Look, take a look at Linden Airport. You got the little planes, you got some of these airports that got little planes that they could be flying lower than that. I mean, they're not skimming the rooftops, but they do have to keep their distance above those rooftops. But still, if they got to keep their distance above the rooftops and you still build it up top higher, well, now they got to still keep that distance above the rooftops so they're not skimming the roofs, and where they could still come in and make their landing nice and smooth instead of having to do one of these. Woo, so these airport flight path safety zones, they're there for various reasons, and people live in them. They may not be restricted in any improvements that they could do to the house too. All right. And we have all these municipalities with airports in them are listed here. You'll notice that Newark Airport though, and Teterboro, Newark Airport and some of the other major ones are not listed there. Yeah, like Teterboro and stuff, because they're listed here. The following airports are not subject to Airport Flight Path Zoning Act because they're subject to federal regulations within the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and therefore not regulated by New Jersey law. Essex County, Linden Airport, Newark, Teterboro, Little Ferry, Seaplane, okay, Lakehurst, what have you, the Air Force Base.
We're still seeing the whiteboard.
Oh, sorry. So here's the list of the airport flight path safety zones. And here's all the municipalities that have it. And then I just read to you just what it says down here below. Those municipalities, the Newark Airport, Essex County, Linden, Newark Liberty, Teterboro, Little Ferry, etc. I just read that. Okay. The bulk sales, there's a bulk sales law. It basically says that when people are selling their property, if they're moving out of state, the state of New Jersey has to confirm that the person has paid any applicable income taxes for any property that they may have been having as a rental. So if they're moving out of state, whoever the closing agent is, they have to withhold some money in escrow until it's confirmed that they paid the tax or that it was not used as a rental property. That's what this section is talking about. All right. Okay, well, look at this. The newer version of the contract does have something in here as far pertaining to liquidated damages. If the seller fails to close title to the property, that's if the seller fails. Okay, never mind. That's not liquidated damages. Okay, here's a section where we declare our business relationships. We check off our agency and who's, we got to put down our agency and the license number. We got to put down how we're working with the person as a seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, or transaction broker. We write down the other name of the other firm, and then we check off how they're working as well. Here we put down the listing firm's name and the license number, then the listing agent's name and their license number. The listing agency, not the agent's, address and office number, fax, and the agent's cell phone, their email address, and how much commission is due the firm, the listing firm. That should be listed in the MLS. And then the participating firm, how much that we're going to be putting down their name and license number, agents, your name and license number, your company's information here, your cell phone and email, and how much commission your agency is due from the total commission. Here's where you check off if you're a licensee. Remember, we got to disclose the agency relationships. If you're a licensee and you're either buying the property or you're related to the person in the transaction. You gotta disclose that here. A real estate licensee who has an interest, basically you're related to the person or what have you. Or if you're purchasing that property, you have to disclose that you are a licensed broker, salesperson, or referral agent. And in addition to that, down here, section 43, additional contractual provisions. This is the section where, okay, well, first of all, addenda, you would check off, first of all, this is a FHA loan. So we know that we have to also include that special contingency clause. And what's the purpose of that?
Well, it's required by the FHA loan, right?
Yeah, by FHA and VA loans. What's the purpose of that contingency clause? What does it state?
The type of mortgage loan?
No, well, it's a FHA or VA loan. But what is the purpose of the FHA or VA loan addendum, the special contingency clause that has to be added to the contract?
So if the appraisal value is lower than the value, so the buyer has the right to rescind?
Okay, no, yeah, it says that if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty.
Right.
Okay, that's an exam question. You guys got to study that.
Yeah.
All right. Look, there's other addendum that we could add to contracts. We got one about coronavirus. Look, you could be selling a house where somebody died of coronavirus. Okay. We got addendums now for that to make sure that somebody's not going to be suing us because of a virus. Maybe they get sick later and they say, oh, it was related to the house. First of all, there's no way for them to know that. Not unless you took swabs of the house and you're testing the house now for that. It's ridiculous. If you're private well, remember the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act requires that the well be tested by the seller and all parties sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Short sale addendum, solar panel addendum. They got addenda for all kinds of things, okay? Those are additions to the contract. But you may want to write additional things in here too, okay? Like, for example, what else could you write in here? Well, if you're going to ask for a seller's concession. Well, if it's an FHA loan, what's the maximum seller concession that you could ask for?
Is there anything like a rebate which you can put here under this additional?
Well, you don't need to put it there. You could. I usually add that in during attorney review.
Okay. The rebate to the buyer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not at the point where I'm preparing the offer to submit the offer. Because if you're doing it then, the seller could be like, well, I want more money for the house because you're getting money back from your agent.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to put that here in the contract.
Mm-hmm.
So here, here's the maximum seller concession allowed for an FHA or VA loan is 6% and conventional is 3%. That's the maximum amount of money that the seller can give back to the buyer. Okay. Towards well, and what's that for? Closing costs, prepaid interest on the loan, repairs, etc. If the repairs would equal more than that, then you should get the seller to do the repairs before you do the closing, because they could only give you so much money back. Got it? If it's a short sale, you would write in this section, short sale, unless you're adding a separate addenda about the short sale. I would write it in here, this is a short sale, purchase price and commission subject to third-party approval. All right. So anytime that you want to maybe ask to see if the washer and dryer can be included in the sale, where that's chattel, that's normally not included in the sale, you would add that here. You're asking for the buyer if the washer and dryer can be included, or any other thing that would normally not be. So this is anytime that you'd have to add something else in, or here you would put in here a subject to clause. This purchase is subject to the buyer's sale of their current home, which is currently under contract. Okay. Or if family members are helping you with the purchase price, subject to, and then you put down these family members' names, walking through the house and giving their approval because they're helping with the money to purchase the house, okay? Here's where you would write any additional contractual provisions, if any, and this field is expandable. If you need more room, this will expand.
Okay.
Then you have all the buyers fill this out, and you put the date here, and you have all the sellers' names and the dates that they signed here. And then over here, this column is for what?
Witness?
Witness. So who would that be?
Yourself?
You.
Yeah.
You're the one that's witnessing them sign it, right?
Mm.
But let me ask you a question. If you don't sign it here, is the contract still valid?
Yes.
Yes, because the signature of a witness is not required for a valid contract. Okay. Actually, did we? I think we even highlighted that. If we didn't, then we should have highlighted it. Chapter 11, I'm in the wrong chapter.
I have a really dumb question.
Yeah.
Back to the concession. Is that something that 6%, is that something that the seller came up with, or that's a known fact of, we're supposed to just know that?
It's something the buyer would ask. This a buyer may ask for a seller's concession. Look, I want to buy the house, but maybe I don't have enough money to put. I got to put down 3.5% when buying it, and then your closing costs are typically 2 to 3% of the purchase price. So I may not have all that money. So how about I ask to make the deal happen, or maybe I just don't want to pay it, and I want to see if the seller is willing to. Hey, if it's a buyer's market and not the seller's market, you know. And they want to sell their home, they may agree to it. So you say, you know what, we're asking for, in this section, here's where we would write down a seller's concession as well. Buyer is requesting a seller's concession of up to 3% towards buyer's closing costs and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. Your broker will already have the write-ups of these things, or they could dictate to you how to write it. Or if you want, you could ever call me and I could help you out with that too. Okay.
Yeah.
But you should ask your brokers. But this is where you would write such things. Look, listen, I want to make sure you guys remember this stuff. I know you're studying and there's a lot of stuff to remember, but look, this is important stuff. I had a girl who finished one of these classes. She's the girlfriend of one of my sisters, or my sister. And she actually called me up and she's like, Vic, I got a problem. I don't know what to do about this. You know, I was like, well, first of all, you should talk to your broker about such things. You know, your broker should be able to guide you through this, but apparently your broker wasn't too bright. And I said, she's asking, well, how do I make the deal happen? I mean, the buyer doesn't qualify for that much of a loan. They don't have enough money for the down payment and the closing costs. So does that mean my transaction is dead here? Or is there a way they could buy this house still? And I was like, well, why don't you just ask for the seller to pay the closing cost? And she's like, you could do that? I'm like, weren't you paying attention in class? Weren't you taking your notes? Sure, you could do that. Does the seller need to agree to it? No. Are you allowed to ask? Sure. This is negotiations, guys. You guys should take negotiation classes if at all possible then. After this class, you get your license. Maybe you weren't paying attention in class so much. Maybe you could go back and or take a negotiation class to specialize in this, because there's a lot of different ways that you can negotiate contracts. And one of the items is, look, I told you, you could put an expiration date on this offer. When you're submitting an offer, this offer is good for 48 hours. Unless the seller returns it back, accepted and signed within 48 hours, we're rescinding this offer. That lights a fire under their ass to make a decision. You're going to accept this offer or not, right? Sellers agrees to pay up to 3% towards the buyer's closing costs and prepaids. We're asking for a seller's concession for the closing costs. If that's the case, well, then the buyer doesn't need the money for the closing costs. The seller is going to pay it, right? Sure, you can make those things happen. You could also negotiate that they include their washer and dryer in the sale. They throw the washer and dryer in, because that's normally chattel, right? What's chattel?
Chattel are
Tangible property?
It's
Yeah.
tangible personal property.
Property.
So that's not part of the real estate. The seller usually takes it with them. But if we ask for it here and they agree to it, is there anything wrong with that?
No.
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 So
So
no.
why not? You know? So this is the area where we would put all that information. All right, and then there's a wire fraud notice. Okay. Anyway, so that concludes chapter 11 and the review of that contract. You guys should read the contract though, when you get a chance to read the whole thing. When you're going over that contract with people, don't sit there reading it with them verbatim. I suggest, here's my advice to you guys. You want to know how to go over that big contract with people so that you're not describing everything to them? The first day that you meet with them and you're doing the coaching and you try to get them approved for a mortgage loan and all, I suggest that you print out blank forms of everything, all the disclosures, all the contracts, and give it to them in advance. Just give them a blank copy of everything. Don't worry about the trees so much. If you're worried about the trees, send them a PDF document of it. But either email it to them or print it out and give them a blank contract and say, here is a copy. I want to give this to you now. This is a blank copy of the contract that you will be signing when we find that perfect home for you. Well, first of all, I'm planting a little seed in their head right now. You're going to be signing this contract. And then I'm explaining to them that you have the opportunity to review this contract, have it look it over with your attorney if you want to. This is the same contract. There's no gotchas in here. The only difference is that when we find that house and I prepare this contract for you, these blank lines are going to be filled in.
Yeah.
There's no surprises. Look it over with your attorney. Your attorney's going to see, oh, it's a standard contract, no big deal. But I'm being upfront with you. I'm giving you a copy of the contracts that you're going to be signing. These are the same contracts. Now, if you do that, when it comes time for them to sign the contracts, they're not going to be nervous about it. I'm telling you, you're taking away the nerves. You're going to be like, see, remember this? Does this look familiar? These are the same contracts I gave you previously that you could review, right? So I'm not hiding anything from you. This is the same exact contract that I gave you previously. Now just these blank lines are filled in. The address of the property, who the people are, the prices. That's the stuff that's filled in here, right? So nothing to be nervous about, right? And then people are like, okay, yeah, where do I sign? I sign here, I initial here, I initial there, and you're not reading every line verbatim to them or explaining everything to them. They could look it over with their attorney or read it over themselves,
Right.
right? That's the way I suggest you, because if you guys are sitting there reading line for line to them and you're sitting there reading it, you're going to take 2-3 hours to read them a friggin' contract. And then they're going to be like, oh, I don't know. I got to get my attorney to look at this anyway. You're not going to get anything done that way. All right.
Right.
My 2 cents. All right. Congratulations on being done with chapter 11. Now we got chapter 12. All right. So Essentials in New Jersey Real Estate here, 14th edition. Yeah, I'm changing it. I'm updating it. We're in chapter 12 now. This chapter is, by the way, chapter 11, chapter 10 and 11, but mainly chapter 11. A lot of terminology that we went over for the contract and legal and law, right? You get a lot of questions from that chapter, by the way. Okay, chapter 12, we got quite a few things in this chapter too, but this is pertaining to leasing, okay? Chapter 12 is about rentals, landlords and tenants and leases. Now, if you guys recall, way back in chapter 6, we did types of leasehold estate, types of estates in land. What's an estate in land? Actually, stop. Before we even go over this, there was something I needed you to highlight in chapter 11 still. On page 189. Remember I told you the signature of a witness is not required for a contract to be valid? I just want you to highlight that on page 189. Underneath the bulleted list at the top of the page, what's the first sentence it says there? The signature of a witness is not essential for a valid contract. Highlight that. Everybody get it? Page 189, underneath the bulleted list at the top, the signature of a witness is not essential for a valid contract. Highlight that. And after you've done that, then go to chapter 12, the first page of chapter 12. So this chapter is talking about leases, landlords, and tenants. We're going to talk about the different types of leasehold estates. Okay, what is an estate in land? An estate in land describes the amount and kind of interest that one has in real property. And there's two categories of estates. There's freehold, which describe the category of ownership estates, or less than freehold, which is a leasehold estate, which we're going to be going over the 4 types of leasehold estates in this chapter. Now, I briefly went over them way back in chapter 6, and it was on that slideshow back then too. And in that chapter, what were the 3 types of freehold estates? Freehold are ownership. You're free to hold it forever or a lifetime. What are the three types of freehold ownership estates?
Simple.
Fee simple. It goes by fee simple, or fee simple absolute. That's the first one. That's the unrestricted ownership forever. It's the highest form of ownership recognized by law. Fee simple, or fee simple absolute it goes by. The next one, ownership forever based on a restriction. It's fee determinable or defeasible fee estate, it's known as. And then lastly, we have a life estate, which is based on the life of the person it's given to. And then there's a little twist to that, the life estate per autre vie. What does that mean, per autre vie?
For life, to the life, end of life.
For the life of another, based on a third person's life, someone else's life.
Yeah.
It's a life estate that's not based on a person whose life that the person who the estate is given to, but it's based on someone else's life, per autre vie, based on the life of another, for the life of another. All right, so the end of this chapter, you're going to identify the leasehold characteristics, different types of, we're going to talk about lending law, leasing, renting laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Property management, identify functions of the property manager. So let's first talk about a lease. What is a lease? It's an intangible asset or incorporeal asset that is considered to be personal property. It defines the tenant's rights to occupy and possess someone else's property for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. A transfer of property by lease is known as demise. Remember, you don't confuse that with devise, which is a transfer of property by will. You guys remember that when I compared those two words, devise and demise?
Yes.
All right, so demise is a transfer of property by lease. And every lease has a demising clause in it, describing what exactly the landlord is renting and what the tenant is taking, and that the tenant is taking possession. So it is important, which we're going to learn about, that in every lease, it's important to describe exactly what the landlord is renting to the tenant, what the tenant is going to be having use of. For instance, if I'm renting to you a 1-family house, I may be a landlord and say, hey, listen, you can't use the garage though, because I got a classic car in the garage and I got my tools in there. Garage is off limits. The garage is not included in the rental. You could use the driveway, but not the garage. Or I could say you could have half the use of the basement or the attic for storage, but not the whole. Okay. You have to specify that in the lease, because if you don't specify there's any limitations on the rental, the tenant can use it, the whole premises, and they could use it for any lawful source, any lawful purpose. So a lease is both a contract and a conveyance. It's a contract that describes the tenant's rights, and a conveyance in that the owner of the property is intentionally transferring the occupation of the property to the tenant for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. All right, so let's highlight on page 195, the first page of the chapter. At the end of the first paragraph, a transfer of property by lease is known as demise, and then we're going to turn the page. And on page 196, that first paragraph, we're going to highlight what we're seeing here, that the New Jersey Statute of Frauds requires a lease for a period of more than 3 years to be in writing. A lease may be recorded if it's 2 or more. And that's exactly what I have written here. Look, Statute of Frauds. This isn't the first time we heard that term, Statute of Frauds. We heard it in chapter 11 as well, right? We actually heard it in an earlier chapter as well. Anytime we hear the term statute of frauds, we're going to hear it again in a later chapter 19 too. Anytime we hear statute of frauds, it deals with something having to be in writing. So pertaining to leases, when must the lease be in writing? If it's 3 or more years. That's if a real estate agent's not involved, okay? Because if a real estate licensee is involved, doesn't matter how long the lease is, we always need to have it in writing. But if there's no real estate agent involved, you just got a tenant and a landlord. If the lease is 3 or more years, it must be in writing. If it's less than that, it's not required to be, but you'd be stupid to lease to somebody and not have a lease in writing, saying what all the terms are of your rental here. Now, leases can also be recorded if they're 2 or more years. A tenant who's renting for a long period of time like that, they're allowed to record their interest in the public record. Why do we record any document in the public record? To put the world on notice of our interest in the property. So a tenant is allowed to record their long-term interest in that property as a renter. Now, when would it make sense to do that? Well, who the hell ever does that? Well, I mean, a residential person can do it, but you could see this in commercial real estate. I know of, you guys know where the ShopRite is on Route 1 in Edison?
Supermarket?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a ShopRite supermarket, correct. All right. And there's a ShopRite in the shopping center. And there's all these stores. It's like an L-shaped shopping center. And there's all these other stores there as well. Do you know that all the renters there are subleasing? There's one guy who's renting that entire shopping center. One guy is renting out that entire shopping center, and he subleases to all the tenants that are there. So it's a way of being a landlord without owning real estate. The guy is basically renting, and he has an obligation to pay the rent to that landlord, whether those units are rented out or not. And then all he's got to do is now, when he rents out those units, he's got to mark up the price enough so that he makes a profit off of it, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
There you go. And now the common area, the fees to cover the common area maintenance, such as snow removal and taxes and all that stuff, which are usually passed on to tenants. Well, he just writes it in those tenants' leases that he's subletting, that they're responsible for their actual expenses too. So the guy makes money being a landlord without owning real estate. But you think it's going to cost a lot to rent in there?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
definitely him.
Oh yeah, because the landlord wants what the landlord wants. So if
Sure.
somebody is subletting and they want a markup on it, oh yeah, they're driving the price up. You added a middleman.
Center. There's a bunch of them in that shopping center there, and they're all paying one landlord.
There's one guy that's renting all of those, and the landlord there allows him to sublet. So he's subleasing them all. You're not
Wow.
renting, when you rent there, you're not renting directly from the landlord. You're
How,
renting from a guy who's renting from the landlord.
how would one do that though? Like that is smart.
Yeah, he's making bank now.
Yeah, but you know what? I know that he had one corner store there. I remember when I went to open my brokerage, I looked into it.
Uh-huh.
That guy wanted a lot of money for rent.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he wanted a lot of money for rent. Look, this was years ago too.
The ShopRite alone is bringing in enough profit.
Oh, you don't even want to know what supermarkets pay for rent.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm pulling up a whiteboard right now, and let me pull up the calculator on my cell phone really quick here. Check this out. I can't recall the exact amount, but I think that he was asking for $32 per square foot
Ooh, that's
plus CAM.
$2.
Oh.
CAM is common area maintenance, and you have to pay whatever the actual CAM charges are. But he estimated the CAM charges to be about $5 per square foot.
Oh, so there's rent.
So what's the total rent on there really now?
$37.
We're about $37 per square foot.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say that it's a 2,000 square foot space there. So that's 2,000 square feet times $37
Yeah.
times 37. That's
Seven.
$74,000. Now that's not monthly. That's annual. Okay.
Annual. Right.
So now what you got to do is divide that by 12 and you're going to see what your monthly rent is.
Mm.
Your monthly rent there is $6,166.67.
Wow.
By the way, that's how you calculate when somebody gives you a per square foot thing. That's how you calculate it. You take the rent per square foot. You take this amount, the rent per square foot, and you times it by the how many square feet. You take this rent per square foot, times it by the square feet, and that gives you the annual rent. And then you divide it by the number of months, 12 months, and that gives you the monthly rent.
Mm.
So you get people that go in there, and I've seen it. I was like, not for me, buddy. Not for me. No, thank you. You got to go into a business with a business plan. A lot of people start businesses without a business plan. Remember, I told you guys, even as real estate agents, you guys aren't going to need to rent office space or anything like that, but still you need a business plan on how you're going to invest in your business, how you're going to get your business, set goals for your business. Now, these business owners that we're going to rent in here, you got to take into consideration. So they're starting out with this monthly payment, this monthly expense. If they're buying a franchise, they're going to have to pay a month, a fee to a franchise, then a monthly franchise fee. They got to turn on, we're not even talking about them turning on the electric yet. Before that could happen, they need to get insurance. They need to insure that place, right? And if they're going to have any employees, remember those employees have to get paid their pay. We're going to have the electric bill, the gas bill, and we're not even talking about any of the supplies of the business yet for whatever it is that they're selling in there, right? Or any marketing or advertising. We're just talking about just to open the door, right? You want to get a phone number, you want to get websites, you want to get now you're starting to put all the money together. That person needs a lot of money. So right off the bat, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to start a business like that. So you got to know what expenses are, but I've seen a lot of businesses that moved in there and I was like, what kind of business is that? I'm like, no, they'll be shut down soon. Sure enough, they give a large security deposit for commercial real estate. There's no maximum amount of security, or there's no maximum amount of security caps that are allowed by law. Landlord can charge as much as they want. I think they were charging 3 months security deposit. So this guy had people moving in there and paying 3 months security deposit. So what is that? This 60, well, actually you don't count the CAM charge. 32 times 2,000 divided by 12, whatever that amount is, times 3. Here, let me look up the actual numbers so I could give you realistic numbers here. So $32 times 2,000 square feet, that's 64,000 divided by 12. That's $5,333 a month times 3 months security deposit, $16,000 security deposit. Okay, so we had places that moved in there. They were open for maybe like 2 months, 3 months, and then they shut down. Then the landlord keeps their security deposit because they didn't stay there for the term of the lease. A court would have awarded them up to 3 months security deposit anyway, or rent anyway, even if somebody terminates a lease early. Okay, so well, that place is out of business and the landlord's still making his money, or the middleman still making his money, right? And then a Froyo store I seen open up in there. Froyo, what's that? Frozen yogurt? Like frozen yogurt's going to be able to pay that kind of money? They're going to earn that? How many frozen yogurt drinks do you got to sell to make that kind of money just to pay the rent? Forget about the employees and the supplies and the insurance and the electric and the advertising and the blah, 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 blah. Right? Does it make sense? Or is that rent doesn't make sense? Certain businesses do not belong in strip malls. Okay.
No, they-
Real estate company is one of them. Any office space really should not belong in a strip mall. Okay. But you may get services like dentists or restaurants, mostly restaurants or sometimes even bars, but that's kind of even expensive for them. They're better off owning their own building, you know. For that kind of money, they could be paying their own mortgage, right? For $6,000 a month, can't you pay your own mortgage? That's a mortgage payment, eh? That's a hefty mortgage payment. So you could get a commercial building at $6,000 a month, right?
The landlord wants to get clients in like that because they make more money off of taking the security deposits than they do anything else.
Sometimes they do. They don't give a shit. You know, hey, you're going to pay the rent or you're going to get out and I'm going to keep your security. You know, either way, I'm getting paid. And it'll probably take me a couple months to get you out of there. So, and in their commercial leases, the tenant is responsible for paying the legal fees of the landlord to get him out too. You know, so often they'll just pack up and leave. That's why you see sometimes these places, they open up, they're there for a short period and they're gone. They couldn't afford it. The rent was too high. That's why a lot of landlords as well, who have a conscience, they won't rent to new businesses. They only want to rent to people who are already established businesses. And if they're new, they're going to want a lot of security deposit from you because they know you're probably going to fail. Okay. All right. So statute of frauds requires that all leases be in writing if they're longer than 3 years. If a real estate agent's involved, it doesn't matter if it's a 1-week lease, we need to have it in writing, right? Leases can be recorded if they're 2 or more. You need to know this, by the way. What law requires that all leases be in writing? Statute of frauds. If they're how long? 3 or more years. And when can they be recorded?
2 or more years.
Longer
2
than
or more
2
years. I had you highlight that already in the book. Okay. I have a note here. It's extremely risky to rely on verbal contracts, those leases. So you should have it in writing. But then I also have another note here that real estate licensees always also follow licensing law and rec rules that state we must always have contracts for sale or lease in writing if we're to earn a commission. And we must never have verbal contracts. Actually, we always got to have them in writing. But if you want to earn a commission, you can't. It's illegal for us to earn a commission if we didn't have an agreement in writing. So let's go over the estates and land. Once again, the recap that I already told you about, I have a recap here. I built it into the slideshow again. An estate and land describes the amount and kind of interest that someone has in real property. And there's 2 categories. There's freehold estates. They describe ownership, and there's leasehold estates. There's 4 types of them. And we're going to go over those 4 types of less than freehold or leasehold estates. When you have a lease, it is not ownership. You don't own real estate. It's that when an owner intentionally transfers some of their rights and interest in the real estate they own to a tenant for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. So a lease is considered personal property, not real estate. And it is an intangible, incorporeal asset. So here are the 4 types of leasehold estates. We're now matched up with the book here. You're going to highlight the title leasehold estates and you're going to write the number 4 in front of it. And underneath it, there's a list like this. Just highlight each one of these things in the list. Estate for years, periodic estate, tenancy at will or estate at will, tenancy or estate at sufferance as well. You need to know the 4 types of leasehold estates. And then we're going to need to know the details about the 4 types of leasehold estates, which now we're going to learn about. Okay. So it doesn't matter what type of leasehold estate it is. Rent is always due at a specific interval that's stated in the lease. And here's a little factoid for you. Are you ready for this? Do you know, when is rent usually due? When does the leases say that the rent is due?
First of the month.
First of the month, right?
First of the month.
Here's a little factoid for you. Do you know that if the landlord does not specify that in a lease, that according to New Jersey law, rent is due in the arrears. That means at the end of a term which something is due. So at the end of the month, if the landlord doesn't specifically state that rent is due on the 1st, it's due on the last day of the month. That's New Jersey law. So anyone who terminates a lease early is in breach of contract. Can you break a lease early and not be in breach of contract?
Yes.
How so?
You can write a letter to the landlord.
No, but for
Asking
that also you
permission.
have to give enough notice.
Okay, let's role play for a minute. I'm your landlord and you want to get out of the lease. What are you going to tell me that I'm going to let you out of that lease?
Maybe I purchased a house.
That's your problem.
I just did it and got out of my lease.
You should have, yeah, but if I'm the landlord and you're popping it up on me now. Oh, by the way, I'm leaving. I just bought a house.
No, I will give you a minimum 30 days notice, at least 30 days notice before moving out. And again, if I'm a first time home buyer.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're going to be making up now? You're going to be rewriting the terms of the contract that you agreed to already with me in writing?
No.
Nah, that's all right. How about I just take you to court and the court will order you to pay me at least 3 more months of rent.
I guess it depends on the landlord, though.
It does. But you're not the one that's going to be redictating the terms of the lease. You already signed a legally binding contract. But is there a way, the question was, is there a way that you could get out of the lease?
I still say yes.
How?
Well, in terms of.
Because right
You
now
write
you
a-
just made a lot of demands on the landlord. And if I was that landlord, I'd be like, screw you, you're paying me the rent.
Can you just write a letter and notify it
No.
with like
Notify. So once again, you're saying, can you tell the landlord how it's going to go down?
You can release
No.
cockroaches into the
Listen,
No.
here, switch the roles. Pretend that you're the landlord. It's your property.
Nice.
And let's see how willing you are to go along with this. Okay.
release cockroaches into the apartment.
It's been done.
No, I think as if I were a landlady, I would say, I think if my tenant is buying first time home, then I have to release him.
You don't
That
have to
is
do.
one. No,
you
I
don't have to do
consider.
squat.
I have to consider. And second, for loss of employment. These are the 2 reasons I feel as a landlord, legally, I might have to consider, even if I don't like him,
Nope.
but at least for 2 months, he has to give me notice. That's what I feel.
No,
60 days notice or something, no?
you're just being nice.
Bankruptcy.
You're just being nice. And for the person who said to get out of there, you could just release cockroaches there. I seen this actually on not Judge Judy, but another one of those judge programs that my mother always loves to watch. She was watching one of these the other day and I sat down with her and we have this, she was watching the program with the judge and the tenant actually was a slob. And the landlord even took pictures of it in the apartment. Garbage can overflowing and garbage bags on the side of it. Actually, the landlord didn't take the picture. The tenant took the picture of it for some reason, and it fought against them, She was trying to take a picture to show that it wasn't that bad. But you saw the garbage can overflowing and a garbage bag on the side. And even in her picture, you've seen some cockroaches on the floor. Now, the landlord is like, see what I mean? Look, it's a mess. And then the tenant was like, oh, well, that's just because I didn't crop the photo enough.
Oh, jeez.
The judge was like, what did you just say? You're saying that, wait, are you saying that you didn't edit the photo enough to serve your purpose? So that's why she's like, bump. Case in favor of the landlord, you have to pay him for the pest removal. He gets to keep your security deposit. Go ahead. Try releasing the roaches. Try making it mess. That landlord can take you to court and they can win on that too. Property was never like that before. And that is damages. That is damages. And I've seen cases like this before where you get tenants that are vindictive like that, that they just want to get out. How about this? When the tenant gets out, they move all their stuff out and they were like, my landlord was an asshole anyway. And they're going to want to do damages. Well, they got security deposit. Guess what? They don't got to give it back to you for damages. Now, I've seen a tenant that tried to be sneaky about this. What they did is they got up on a ladder and in the closet in the bedroom, you know how you got the shelf, there's a top shelf in the closet sometimes, right? They went up to the top shelf and they took a hammer and they banged a hole in the wall at a low level, close to the shelf, behind at the top shelf in the closet in the bedroom. And then they threw a bunch of raw fish behind the wall so it could sit there and rot and stink up the place.
Oh, boy.
That's horrible. That's a way to get sued. That's a sure way to get sued, tenant. Okay. Now that tenant, you know, is hoping that the landlord doesn't notice it before they got to give the security deposit back. But the landlord went, they walked through and they're like, what the hell is that smell? They already smelt it. And they couldn't figure out what the hell that smell was coming from. Then they saw it was damages like that. Not only did they keep the tenant's security deposit, they sued the tenant, and the tenant was required to pay them even more money for the damages of the smell, for the repair of the wall. Then they had to break down the wall to clean out whatever the hell was behind the wall. A lot more expense to the tenant. So be careful before you get those ideas. You may get away with it, but you may not. All right. So
Or how do you get out of a thing?
Well, can you just?
okay. Oh, so how do you get out of it?
Mutual consent.
Oh, wait here. This is the way that I'm going to explain things. Okay. Don't be a scumbag. Number one. Number two, you're going to do this. You're going to say, you're going to have a civil conversation with the landlord, or at least try to. Your landlord could be a total jerk. I don't know. But at least you could try to be polite and have a civil conversation with them and say, listen, you know, thank you for the opportunity of living here and all, but you know, I'm getting married or whatever's going on, and we're actually buying a place, and we just found a place that we would like to buy. I want to talk to you and see if I could get out of my lease early, because we found a place that we'd like to buy, and I'd like to put an offer in on it. And try to have a civil conversation. You know, if you appeal to people's good morals and senses and try to, you know, as a respectful human being, you know, they may work with you. I mean, they could be a total jerk and say, I don't care. How's that my problem? Okay. You get landlords that are like that. Sure, that could happen. But I could guarantee you that that landlord's not going to be nice to you if you come at them all hard or demanding this is how it's going to go down. You're like, no, we got a contract. I got it in writing. Law's on my side, not on yours. Okay. So the way to do this is to approach the landlord and ask them politely and have a civil conversation with them. And then they may let you out of that lease. And if that's the case, you get it in writing so they can't chase after you, and then you're out. That's the way to do it. Because as you could see right here on this slide, anyone who terminates a lease early, you're in breach of contract. What does that mean? You broke the contract without a good legal excuse to do so. And because I found another place to live that I like better is not a good legal excuse. A holdover tenant is a tenant who did not vacate the premises after the lease term had expired. So your lease expired and you didn't leave. Now, either the landlord can accept a holdover tenant or they could evict them. It's up to the landlord what they want to do. If they accept the holdover tenant and the tenant keeps paying rent, you may not have any issues. Or you got a tenant there, they held over and they're not paying rent. Well, now you got to evict them. Or maybe the landlord just simply does not want you living there if you don't have a written lease in place. Well, then you better not accept the rent from the tenant. Take them to court to evict them. You say, listen, you got to sign a lease or I'm evicting you. And if they stay there still, there's some time before you get that eviction. When you go to court, you ask the court if you could keep the security deposit because for the rent that they did not pay. And check this out. You know that if a tenant holds over after they told you that they were going to leave, If a tenant told you that they're going to move out and then they don't, you know what the landlord can ask the court for? We have a landlord here, right? You guys know what you could ask the court for? Double the rent that tenant has been there without a written lease for every month that they held over for. So listen, if you're going to be a landlord, you got to know the laws, you know. And if you're too soft, people will take advantage of you. You may have been lucky up until now, but I'm telling you, I've seen it all, and I've seen some horrible tenants. So I tell you what, if I'm ever a landlord, boom, I'm gonna have everything in writing. I'm gonna be a fair landlord. I'll communicate with you, but I'm gonna have it in writing. This is a business. Rent is due on the 1st of the month. If rent is not paid by the 10th of the month, you're gonna start incurring legal fees for the possible eviction that's pending, as well as penalties, late penalties. Okay, and then by a certain date after that, if I still don't have the rent from you, maybe the 15th, you're incurring legal fees and penalties now, and I'm going to start the eviction process. Because if you just hold off and the tenant says, "Oh, we just need a little more time. I just need a little more time." Okay, you get a little more time. I scheduled the court date. You know, as long as you pay before that time, I could always cancel the court date. But if you don't, we're going through with the court date. I'm not going to stall it. So this way, because a lot of times this is what happens, and tenants play on a landlord's goodwill, and the landlord tries to help them out a little bit, and then they take advantage of that landlord. So now they're months behind the rent before the landlord starts the eviction process. Now they go to court, and then they plead on the court. "Oh, I'm a single mom, perhaps, so you can't kick us out in the street." And then the court will say, "That's true. You know what? We're going to give you a little more time to find a place or to look for services to help," and blah blah blah. And the landlord's like, "Well, what about my rent? I got a mortgage to pay." Well, you know what? Part of the biz. You should have started earlier to evict that person. Okay. I've seen people lose their houses because of this. Because they tried to be a good person. Okay. It's a business. You got to treat it like a business. So eviction, what is eviction? Eviction is the legal process of removing a tenant through the court system. A landlord cannot lock a tenant out or turn off services or physically remove the tenant or use threats or violence to get them out. The tenant does have rights, even if they held over and they're not paying rent. You cannot shut off services that may have been included in the rent previously. If heat was included in the rent, if they're not paying the rent, you can't turn off their heat. You also can't turn off their water. That's landlord abuse. And that tenant can then sue the landlord. Actually, municipalities, if a landlord has repeat behavior like that, can legally go through the court system to seize the house of that slumlord, they're going to start calling them. Okay, so let's go over the 4 types of estates, leasehold estates. We have, there's a chart right here, figure 12.1, that shows you the 4 types of leasehold estates and their distinguishing characteristics. An estate for years is for a definite period of time. An estate from period to period, also referred to as a periodic estate, it automatically renews. So I want you to write next to the first one that says estate for years. Fixed period with an end date. Fixed period with an end date. Fixed period with an end date. And then next to estate from period to period automatically renews, I want you to write has a renewal date. And then where it says estate at will for an indefinite period of time, highlight for an indefinite period of time. What does that mean if it's an indefinite period? That means it's undefined how long you could be there. It's indefinite. You didn't say when the estate is going to end or renew until one party gives the other party notice to quit. And then estate at sufferance is without the landlord's consent. All right, so now we're going to go over each one of those in detail. So the first one, estate for years. An estate for years, don't let the name fool you. It does not have to be for a period of time. That's for a period of years. An estate for years, its key characteristic is what? You wrote it down.
Fixed period of time.
That has an end date. Right?
All date, yeah.
It can be a 1 week lease, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, a year, 2 years. It does not have to be for a period of years, though. So don't let the name fool you. An estate for years does not have to be for a period of time that's a year or more. It could be for a month, 3 months, 6 months. The key characteristic is that it's for a fixed term, has a start date and an end date. Okay?
Copy.
No notice to quit is required to terminate. A no notice to quit is required to terminate at the end of the lease term. Why is that? Because you know when it ends,
Ended.
it's either going to end or you renew it. The landlord doesn't need to give you any further notice that you got to leave. If you didn't renew the lease at the end of the lease on that date, you got to be out by then. You know that, right? So because it has an expiration date in the lease, if the tenant does not renew, they must vacate at the end of the term. Pretty much spells it out in detail. So what to highlight? Highlight the title, estate for years, and then just highlight these words. A leasehold estate. Then go to the end of the line and highlight with a specific termination date is an estate for years. Go down to the end of the next line and highlight no notice is required to terminate such a lease at the end of the term. Then the next paragraph, you're going to highlight an estate for years need not necessarily last for years or even 1 year. Then go to the line below it and highlight its distinguishing characteristic is that it begins and ends at a specific time. Boom. Next, we're going to go over the periodic estate, also known as an estate from period to period. This is a lease that also has a date in it, but it's not an end date. It's a renewal date. And if the tenant does not give the landlord notice to quit, that they're not going to renew the lease, then the lease will automatically renew for the same amount of time that it was originally written for. Month to month, 3 months, year to year, or every 3 years, it'll renew for an automatic 3 years. The lease will automatically renew for the same amount of time the original lease was written for. And either party may give notice to quit. Notice to quit means to terminate. How much notice to terminate depends on the term of the lease, though. See, this you're going to need to know for exams. How much notice is needed for a lease for a period of years? 3 months notice is required. Month to month, 1 month's notice. Week to week, 1 week's notice. Okay. Now, when a tenant gives their notice to quit, but then they don't vacate, they can be held liable for double the rent. Why is that, do you suppose? Well, the landlord, when you give notice to quit that you're not going to renew the lease, the landlord now, usually that's 3 months before, usually 3 months before your lease comes up for renewal. a landlord will send out a renewal for the lease. But in a periodic estate, they don't need to do that because it's automatically going to renew. So that unless there's going to be changes to the lease, the landlord would send out a notice, but they would send that out 3 months before the lease renewal. And then they give the tenant 30 days to respond with the signed lease. If the tenant does not respond with with your typical estate for years, by the way, how does that lease renewal work? 3 months before the expiration of the lease, the landlord sends out the lease renewal to the tenant, and the tenant has to respond within 30 days with the lease signed that they're going to renew the lease. If they don't respond, then it says right there in the contract, then it's assumed and taken that the tenant is not going to renew the lease. So they need to vacate by the expiration of the lease term. At least that's what it should say in your lease. So 3 months before the lease expires, the landlord sends out the lease renewal to the tenant. Tenant has 30 days to respond to them. If the tenant says, I'm moving out, now how long does the landlord have to seek another tenant? They got 2 months, they got 60 days. So say the landlord gets another tenant lined up to move in when the other tenant moves out, but then they didn't move out. Isn't the landlord now in breach of contract for the new tenant to have a new tenant in there? Yeah. So this is why they could charge that tenant who didn't move out double the rent to make up for that tenant who didn't leave, who had to have a place to move. So now the landlord has to put them up somewhere. All right. All right. Estate or tenancy at will. Is a leasehold estate for an indefinite period of time with no end date? Both parties have to agree to this agreement. Either party has to give 3 months notice to terminate. Rent is due at regular intervals. The agreement is terminated on the death of either the landlord or the tenant. Both parties must agree to it. And if either one is going to terminate it, they have to give 3 months notice to quit. How much notice is needed to terminate a tenancy at will?
3 months.
3 months. Now, when is this often used? I mean, it could be used whenever, but this is when it's more often used. If a landlord was notified by the state that they're taking the property due to eminent domain, but they don't know when. Well, the landlord's allowed to have a tenant there because the landlord's still going to have to pay a mortgage on the property in the meantime. They're allowed to have a tenant that's renting there, but they're going to tell that tenant, I can't give you a lease for a year because the state's going to be taking the property. So you could rent here as long as you like, as long as I continue to allow it. Once the state notifies me that they're going to be taking the property by a certain date, they're going to give me at least 3 months notice. That I'm going to give you that 3 months notice then that you got to be out by then. That's how it works. That's when it would be making sense. And lastly, a tenancy at sufferance is when a tenant this is not squatters. This is when a tenant had a valid lease. Their lease expired. They did not renew it or move out. They're a holdover tenant and they're not paying rent. Every month that landlord or that tenant remains there now, every day that they remain, they're causing the landlord to suffer. This is why they call it a tenancy at sufferance. They've held over and they're not paying rent. So the tenant's rights have expired. They have no lease. They're not paying rent and they didn't vacate. So they're causing the landlord to suffer because the landlord still needs to make their mortgage payments. They can't get another tenant in there. This is why they call it a tenancy at sufferance. Every day that tenant remains, they cause the landlord to suffer. Make sense? How much notice is needed to evict a tenant at sufferance?
I need time.
None. Yep. See, they could be evicted at any time. Any tenant can be evicted at any time due to non-payment of rent. Landlord does not need to give any notice to a tenant that they're going to evict them when they're not paying rent. That's the only cause that a landlord can evict a tenant with no notice. Now, here's some standard provisions that need to be in the lease, but let's first do some highlighting and get caught up. Under periodic estate, we're going to highlight the first sentence. Well, almost the first sentence. We're going to highlight the periodic estate, sometimes called from period to period, an estate from period to period, are created when the landlord and tenant enter into an agreement that continues for an indefinite length of time without specific expiration date. Then go down one line beneath that, at the end of the line, highlight the agreement is automatically renewed for similar succeeding periods until one of the parties gives notice to quit or to terminate. And then on the next page, 197, there's just the word holdover tenancy, but I don't know if they got an actual clear definition here. When a tenant who remains in possession after returns to notice double the rent. All right. Highlight holdover tenancy where it's in bold on the next page, 197 at the top. Followed by a New Jersey tenant who remains in possession of a leased premises after giving notice of intention to quit may be held liable for double the rent. Now they go on to tell you there too about the when a term is longer than 1 month, the landlord may commence proceedings to remove the tenant who has held over. Subsequent acceptance of rent by the landlord creates tenancy from month to month. And what kind of contract would that create?
Tenancy at sufferance.
No. Okay, here, listen to me, guys. If a tenant had a lease and the lease expired, the tenant did not sign a new lease, but they pay the landlord and the landlord accepts the payment, that tenant is now a holdover tenant, but the landlord accepted the holdover tenancy. What kind of contract does that create?
It's an implied contract.
Correct. It's an implied contract. It's expressed by the actions of the landlord accepting your tenant rather than in words. So it's not an express contract. Nothing's been expressed in words. It's done by the actions of the landlord accepting the tenant's rent. Correct. Good. Thank you. All right. So here's some of the well, actually, we're still doing our highlighting here. Under tenancy at will, highlight the first sentence, an estate that gives the tenant the right to possess with the consent of the landlord for an indefinite period of time is a tenancy at will. And then in the next paragraph, the next to last sentence of the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the term of an estate at will is indefinite, but the estate may be terminated by giving 3 months notice. Under tenancy at sufferance, we'll highlight the first sentence, which is the first 3 lines. It just explains what a tenancy at sufferance is again. It says a tenancy arises when a tenant who lawfully came into possession of real property continues after their rights have expired to hold possession of the premises without the consent of the landlord. A tenant at sufferance can be evicted at any time. I want you to add something to that though. I want you to write above it that they're also not paying rent. Okay. And now they go over some of the standard provisions of the lease. Well, any lease has to have things in it. The capacity to the contract, you got to have competent parties. There got to be a demising clause. The landlord lets the premises, the tenant takes possession of the premises. There has to be a description of the premises, what is being rented to the tenant, what they can and can't use. The term of the lease has to be clearly stated. What's the start date? What's the end date or renewal date? Specifics of the rent and when it's to be paid. Because if you don't pay, if it's not specified in the lease that the rent is due on the first, then when is it due? In the arrears at the end of the term. That's what that term arrears means, which you need to know that. The term arrears means at the end of a period. New Jersey law says that rent is due at the end of the month, not in advance. A lease must be in writing if it's for a period of more than 3 years, and it can be recorded if it's 2 or more, unless the real estate agent's involved, right? Then you have to have a lease in writing no matter how long it is. And signatures by all the parties. Here's just a recap of the different types of leasehold estates again, and some of the terminology. This is a good one to actually study. If you want to snap a picture of this or study this one or print this one out, this is a good one to study. Demise is a transfer of property by lease. Leasehold estate is a tenant's right to occupy someone else's land and is a personal property that is an intangible asset. A holdover estate is a tenant who has occupied the real estate, their rights have expired and did not vacate at the end of the lease term. And then we have the details of the 4 leasehold estates and how much notice needs to be given to terminate them. How much notice is needed to terminate an estate for years?
Three months.
None. There's an
None.
expiration date in it. If you terminate the lease early, you're in breach of contract. Okay. No notice is needed by the landlord because there's an expiration date. You know when you got to go. What about a periodic estate that automatically renews? Someone has to give notice to terminate. It depends on the length of the lease term.
Yeah.
If it's for a period of years,
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Month to month,
1 month.
30 days.
1 month, and week to week,
1 week.
1 week. What about a tenancy at will?
Never.
3 months notice.
3 months, yeah.
And tenancy at sufferance?
Never.
None.
None.
You just evict them.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's skip over this lease. Here's an example of a lease. We're not going to skip over the whole lease.
Ah.
We're going to go to page 203. Go to page 203. On page 203, there's something here I want you to highlight. I want you to highlight in the lease, line number from the entire section 36. I want you to put a highlighted box around it. And I'm going to have you highlight specific lines in there. This is talking about window guards. Okay. Before we talk about the window guards, let me just do a final recap here. Typical lease provisions provide the use of the premises, because if you don't specify how a property can be used, the tenant can use it for any legal purpose. Now with residential property, well, they can only use it as a residential property. This plays more of a role when it comes to commercial property. If you're renting out to a tenant a commercial property, whatever the city will give them a permit for, they could use it for, if the landlord does not specify in the lease the reason that they can and cannot use it for. Now, it makes sense. Why would it make sense for a landlord to put that in a lease? Well, let's pretend that a landlord has a strip mall. A landlord that owns a strip mall. You don't want to have 3 nail salons in there, because now you're going to have 3 tenants fighting for the same business. Well, actually, you know what? Nail salons, they get a lot of business. I'm not gonna, that's an awful one. You don't want 3 pizzerias in the same strip mall, because they're gonna be fighting now for the same business and all struggling to pay the rent. So you want to limit you know, how much of what kind of business is used in each strip mall. Otherwise, you may be creating a problem with your tenant's ability to be able to generate income to pay their rent. Like I said, the battling pizzerias. Nail salons are a little bit of a different story. You ladies love to get your nails done. So those places are money pits. It's like a car wash. All right, so New Jersey requirements require that the identify the business relationship in the lease, just like any contract, remember? And what's the first way that we notify people of our business relationships? The CIS form, right? Who do you need to give the CIS form to? The consumer information statement? Anyone you intend to do business with for residential real estate only, not required for commercial. And for residential leases, it's only if the lease is more than 125 days. Because anything less than 125 is considered a seasonal rental. Okay, now we got the window guards thing here. So what we're gonna highlight here is highlight the first 4 lines up to line number 297. You're gonna highlight actually half of that line. You're gonna highlight where it says, the owner, the landlord, is required by law to provide and install and maintain window guards in an apartment if a child or children 10 years of age or younger is or will be living in the apartment or is or will be regularly present there for a substantial period of time. If the tenant gives the owner, the landlord, a written request that window guards be installed, the owner has to install them. Then go down to line number 303. It's still within the same section. You're going to highlight window guards are only required to be provided in first floor windows where the window sill, that's the bottom of the window sill is more than 6 feet above grade, above the ground. You need to know that for state exam. I think I'm gonna create a question like this in that at our exam too. But you need to know this for state exam. So I got the bulleted list right here on this slide about window guards. The landlord must install the window guards if a child is 10 years of age or younger, lives there, or will be regularly present. If the tenant asks the landlord to install those window guards. If it's in a condo or what have you, well, then the HOA is responsible for installing window guards in the hallway areas, you know, the common areas. And it's only required on first floor units if the window sill is above 6 feet above the ground. Why is that? Why? It's not dangerous to fall out of a window in the second floor? It'll create a fire hazard. What if there's a fire in the house? You're removing the person's only other escape route if they can't get down the stairs, right? You're basically locking them in the house. You know what window guards are? They prevent the window from opening more than 4 inches. Anything more than that, you know, somebody could fall out, or actually 4.5 inches to be exact. So the second half of this slide, you do not need to know for any exams. I just did my own research and I provided this here for people who are interested in it. It's only for your own edification. You don't need to study this. But buildings with 3+ units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. The landlord must install window guards unless the tenant indicated in writing they do not want them. So it's kind of the opposite. And the landlord has to inspect the window guards before February 15th every year and have the tenant fill out a form about the window guards that they're in good condition. So they have to inspect the window guards. They have to be inspected between March 1st and May 1st and between September 1st and December 1st. Okay, so landlords must install window guards every year, unless and they have to ask the tenant about it every year before February 15th if they want those window guards. And then they have to inspect them every year between March 1st and May 1st, and then again between September 1st and December 1st. So twice a year, they need to inspect those window guards, and they need to keep a record of inspection has to be maintained. Because if any child falls out that window and they get killed or paralyzed or something happens, lawsuits are happening. And if you have a window AC unit installed, you have to install it with tamper-resistant one-way screws that you need a special tool in order to remove those screws. Yet that air conditioning unit has to be bolted securely into the window frame without leaving any space greater than 4.5 inches that a child can slip past. And in that case, in these types of buildings, the resident can be charged up to $20 for each window guard requested. Here's a picture of window guards. Got you some pictures that you could take a look. Okay. Here's one in the building. You see it installed here from the exterior of the building. You could take a look and see what it looks like. See that? Now, here's the cutaway on the left side. They could put these L-shaped stops in here that would prevent the window from opening any further than the window guard allows. Then these window guards have to be installed with tamper-resistant one-way screws so that the tenant can't remove them. And there can't be any gaps in the window guards more than 4.5 inches because a child can squeeze past it. Now, they don't have to be ugly. This one in this apartment building looks kind of ugly in this brick building, but they try to get it to match the frame. Well, you get this one. Here's from the internal of the house. It doesn't look ugly inside the house. From the external, it looks like you got bars on your window. From the internal, though, this one's not bad. Look, this one's white. It matches the window frame. Doesn't look bad. But it's for the safety of the child, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the page 206. Use of the premises. I already discussed with you that unless if the lease doesn't specifically say what a premises can or cannot be used for, the tenant can use it for any legal purpose. If it's for a commercial purpose, if I'm renting the property, and say that I rent it for office space for whatever my business is. I have it as a real estate office. Can I turn it into a daycare tomorrow?
If it's a commercial, yes, unless it's stated otherwise.
Yeah, if it doesn't state otherwise and the city allows it, because I got to get a permit from the city. As long as the city allows it, if it doesn't specify in the lease, then I can use it for any legal purpose that the city allows. Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. So the term of the lease has to be stated. Start date, end date, or start date, renewal date has to be specified in the lease unless it's at will. Don't just put in there 1 year is basically what they're saying. Put a start date and an end date. Don't say it's a 1-year lease. You got to give the opportunity of attorney review. It works the same, just like with a purchase contract. Most people don't use attorney review for a lease, but they're allowed to. That's the whole thing. If the tenant, if we sign, anytime we sign a contract with somebody, if they're not using an attorney, what needs to be the cover page of the contract?
Bill broke.
The opinion 26 notice.
Opinion 26.
It tells them they have the right to hire an attorney, right?
Yeah.
That includes for leases. It's any contract that we prepare. So this is the way attorney review works. Again, if you want, highlight attorney review and put a highlighted box around the 3 points of how attorney review works again. We had this in the last chapter with the real estate purchase contracts. It's here again with the lease contracts. We have to give the tenant notice about any federal lead paint disclosure notice, just like with the sales, right? It's for any residential property for sale or lease if the property was built prior to 1978, right? So we got to give the tenant the pamphlet as well as the lead disclosure statement as well. And give them an opportunity to conduct an inspection if they wish. Security deposits. In New Jersey, what is the purpose of a security deposit? Well, let's start off for residential. Well, it's a guarantee of rent payment and for damages. It must be placed in a special interest-bearing account because you're going to be holding it for a long term. It's not for short-term holding. Anytime we're holding somebody's money for a long term, it cannot be in a non-interest bearing. It has to be in an interest-bearing escrow. That's only used for security deposits. We have a landlord here. We have a landlord here in this class, don't we? All right, you're going to be shy now, or you're not paying attention, one or the other. Okay.
Yeah, I'm landlord.
Okay, so here's another landlord. Okay, so we got two.
Yeah, but I'm not renting anybody. That's
Okay.
the one thing.
Well, if you do, you're going to learn a lot of stuff here for your rental property. When you hold people's security deposits, you got to put their money. You can't just put it in your savings account. You have to have a bank account that's used only, and it has to be an interest-bearing account that's used only for keeping the tenant's security deposits.
A
The tenant,
separate.
the tenant has to be notified where that money's being held, where that bank account is, give them that account number. And the tenant must get paid the interest that their money is earning annually. You either give them a check for that amount, or the best way to do it is just reduce their rent on the anniversary of their lease. You reduce their rent by the amount of interest that they earned on their deposit money.
Wait, I have a question really quick when it comes to that. Is
All right,
there
hold-
any
hold on one second.
exceptions?
Hold on one second. Hold that thought 1 second. Let me just finish this, okay? If the landlord does not give the tenant the interest for the money that they're holding, the tenant can take the landlord to court, and the landlord could be responsible for paying the tenant who knows what they're doing double the entire security deposit, not just the interest, the entire security amount, twice that. The landlord, the court would order the landlord to pay that to the tenant as a penalty. Okay, now go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, yeah, no problem. That was gonna be my question. Like, is there any exception where you don't receive any interest, or that's like to anyone who is
It's
being
your
rented?
money. That money would have been in your own bank account earning interest. So the landlord has to put your money in a bank account so that it can earn interest, because they're only holding it in the case of damages. You didn't do anything wrong yet, so they can't penalize you. They got to put your money in a bank account that's earning interest, because your money would be there. You would have had it in a bank account earning interest. Most landlords, they don't do this.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because we never received anything like that. So
Well, they're
it's-
supposed to. And because
So-
they're a landlord and they're ignorant of the law, that's not an excuse. If you're it's a business. Didn't I say that being a landlord is a business? Well, you better
Yeah.
treat it like a business, because you're going to get tenants that know their rights. Most of them that say that really don't know what the hell their rights are. They got an idea. They may know a thing, and a little bit of information is a dangerous thing for them, right? But some tenants do know their rights, and they'll make money off of this. They'll take a landlord to court that doesn't give them the interest on their money, and the court will award that tenant double the entire security deposit. So landlord, have you been doing that? Don't answer the question. You don't need to. Even if you haven't been, it's not too late to get right with your tenants. Now, you said that you're not renting to anybody right now, but it's not late to get right with tenants. If you're renting to somebody and you haven't been doing this, well, it's never too late to make it right. You found out about it, make it right now before they take you to court. But if they learn about it and then they take you to court, now you're screwed, right? Ignorance to the law or not using a real estate agent is not an excuse. Oh, I didn't know. Don't matter. New Jersey is a tenant rights state. If you're going to be renting to residential properties, it's a tenant rights state. Courts usually rule in the favor of the tenant. They give the tenant the benefit of the doubt in New Jersey. If you're If you got a commercial property, however, it works the other way around. Because who rents commercial properties?
Business owners?
Business owners. So they should be more savvy in business matters, right? So that's the way court looks at it. So courts will actually favor commercial landlords most of the time and residential tenants. Okay? Because they figure the tenants are ignorant, don't know any better, but the landlord is a business and they know they're taking advantage of these poor, stupid people. That's the way the court looks at it, you know? They figure that they're protecting you. Okay, so tenant must be notified where the money is being held. The tenant must get their interest paid on the anniversary of their lease. Now there's an easy way for landlords to do this. You could go to most banks, have a tenant. You could get a renter's or landlord's a bank account. And what will happen is the bank will take on the obligation of sending notification to the tenant where their money is, how much money their money is earning on interest, and the bank will pay to the tenant. They'll send them out a check on the anniversary of the lease, unless the landlord would prefer to deduct it from the rent. But you could arrange for the bank to do all this, and then also at the end of the year, the tenant has to get a statement on how much, for tax purposes, the amount of interest that their money earned. You know what? Let a bank handle it. Pay the $15 or whatever the hell it costs to have that bank account, and let the bank deal with it, right? The maximum amount of security that a landlord can charge a tenant by law is 1.5 times the monthly rental figure. If you have a landlord that charges any more than this, that tenant can take the landlord to court, and the landlord would be responsible for paying them double the security, but you could also sue them for more because they violated the law. Now, let me ask you a question. Can a landlord charge pet security?
Yeah.
Well, that's actually the next bullet point I have here. Yeah, pet security can be charged as long as the total security deposit doesn't exceed 1.5 times month. So if they already collected 1.5 months rent security, they cannot charge you additional pet security. They can only, because it's still security. They just call it something else, pet security, it's still security. If the landlord only charged you 1 month's rent, they could charge you up to half a month rent for pet security. You guys following what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
The total of the security cannot exceed 1.5 months. Now, if it's commercial real estate, there's no maximum for the security limit charged on security.
Yeah.
As much as a landlord can get away with charging. And often they try 3-6 months security deposit. 3 months is pretty common. 2 months is common. All right. Now, can a landlord charge a tenant pet security for a service animal?
No.
No, they cannot,
No.
because a service animal is not a pet. We learned that in chapter 4 with the discrimination, right?
Mhm.
Service animals are not pets, so the landlord cannot charge additional security or rent or fees or charges for a service animal, not unless they're actually doing damage. All right, now, if you have a pet, instead of charging, if you already charge 1.5 months security, how can the landlord charge you something? Well, they could charge you a one-time non-refundable pet fee, or because it's non-refundable, it's not security. These are ways to get around that 1.5 month security deposit. You could allow a tenant to have a pet and charge them a non-refundable fee, which is probably better to do anyway. Because if you're charging pet security and then you see somebody had a pet and, oh, the pet didn't do any damage. Really? I'm sure at some point that pet had an accident. You may not see it because you cleaned it up. Maybe it was on the carpet. Lift up that carpet, I bet you see it on the floor.
Now it becomes a latent defect.
Yeah. It puts a stain in the wood, right? And it's still in that carpet. Um, and in addition to that, you could charge extra rent for the pet. You could charge additional $25 or $50 a month rent for the pet. All right. But then with that, you got to be careful, because if the pet dies, you can't charge extra rent for a pet that's no longer there, you know. Charge a one-time upfront non-refundable fee, and then if you wanted to, in addition, you could charge the secure rent for the pet. But if you're going to be renting and allowing people to have pets, if it's a dog, well, it doesn't matter what the pet is. I suggest that you get a pet rider for your leases that covers all kinds of animals. What kind of pets are the tenants allowed to have or not allowed to have? Because look, we know that people take the law to the extreme, even when it comes to these service animals, right? You get some people that they have ponies, or a donkey, or a goat, or a venomous snake, not just cats and dogs, or peacocks, or birds, or pheasants. You know, you're gonna have somebody with a rooster that's their you know, people come up with all kinds of crap. Now all your neighbors are complaining because at 5 o'clock in the morning, you got the rooster out there crowing, right? So when a tenant vacates and they move out, the security deposit must be returned to the tenant within 30 days of the lease termination. If there are no damages, because if there's damages, then the landlord can take the money out. However, they have to provide a list of itemized deductions for damages on a report within the 30 days when they're returning that. They can't just say, I'm keeping your security deposit for damages. You got to spell out how much for each damaged item. That's the law in New Jersey. You can't just say, hey, I'm keeping your security deposit for damages. You got to spell out how much you're keeping for damages. You got to give them an itemized list. Penalty for that violation, double the security. Let me ask you a question. What if a tenant moves out? They just leave and they didn't tell you where they're going. Can the landlord keep that security deposit?
Yes.
Yes.
No. The landlord can only keep the security for damages. Not normal wear and tear, not because the tenant just took off. So what should the landlord do with the money that they're holding? Because the law requires them to return it within 30 days.
Return it to whatever address was given on the lease on the first place.
That's it. Send it by certified mail.
Certified mail, yeah.
Send that check by certified mail to the tenant at their last known address. Look, that tenant could have gone to the post office and arranged for forwarding of their mail, and then they'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't tell you where they were moving. And if they didn't do that, well, then the mailman would not be able to deliver it by certified mail. So it'll come back to the post office. The post office will return it back to the landlord. Now the landlord has it in an envelope. Do not open that envelope. Just hold on to it there. If the tenant does not claim that money, does the landlord get to keep it? Well, the landlord can go to court, landlord-tenant court, and ask the judge if they could keep it. If they don't do that, the landlord is supposed to turn the money over to the state. And then it goes into a fund. And it's held there. The missing money. Well, actually, it's not missing money. They don't use that anymore in New Jersey. They use the other one on the New Jersey website. But you get the idea. The missingmoney.com type website it goes to. And it stays there in a fund. I don't know how much rent deposits stay there, how long they stay there for, or the security deposits. And then if the tenant doesn't claim it within so much of a time, the state takes it. All right. Security deposits can only be used as deductions for damages, not for normal wear and tear. If the carpet is worn out by the entrance, by the front door, landlord cannot deduct that as damages. That's normal wear and tear. That's a high traffic area. You're expected to have that wear. But if there's a grape juice stain in the middle of the carpet, that's damages. Right?
And they can't use it for missed rent?
Not unless it's specified in a lease. And you got to check what the law says. If you have rent control laws in your city, you got to check. Rent control laws can say that, it may say that you can't do that. You got to check what your local rent control laws are. Okay. And then so when preparing a landlord, when preparing contracts, it also depends on where you're located of what can be considered illegal, because it could vary from one municipality to the next. All right. If any landlords or tenants, we're going to learn about the tenants truth in renting booklet. It explains the tenant's rights and the landlord's rights and obligations. So if a property is sold and the landlord has to turn over those security deposits to the new owner, because the new owner is then going to be responsible for returning it to the tenant if they move out and there are no damages. All right, here's the service animal thing. We already talked about this in chapter 4, but here it is again. Pet security can be charged as long as the total security does not exceed 1.5 times the monthly rental figure. Here's a question that they pose for you. Guys, look at this. Here's an example. So how does the fair housing law apply to the real life situations? And here's a real life example. And you can get a question on exam like this. John's been diagnosed with severe depression and is disabled and defined by the Fair Housing Act, as defined by the Fair Housing Act. His doctor prescribes John a dog to help alleviate some of his symptoms. John asks his landlord if he could have the dog as a reasonable accommodation for his disability. His landlord says yes, but tells John he'll need to pay a $250 pet deposit and must provide proof that the animal is trained. The question is, did John's landlord correctly handle John's request under the Federal Fair Housing Act?
No.
What if John wanted a cat or a ferret instead? The answer is no, because John's landlord did not handle his request correctly, because the landlord cannot charge a pet deposit for a service animal,
dog,
because it's not a pet, it's a service animal. Or companion animal required for a disability. Now, further, the landlord cannot ask for proof that the animal's trained, because the law would allow the disabled person to be able to train their own animal too, by the way. So that's too much of a restriction for the person with the disability. Lastly, the service companion animals don't have to be just dogs. They could also be other animals such as cats and ferrets or birds. Right? We read about it, the one about the birds on the Humane Society for people who perhaps are hard of hearing. A bird can help them hear the doorbell or something, right? Cats or ferrets or birds even. Here, I'm going to add or birds.
What can he ask for proof that the animal is a service animal?
A doctor's note. It has to be on the medical letterhead that it's basically a prescription. I need to see a letter from the doctor. Well, not the prescription. I need to see a letter from the doctor that certifies that it is a true need. And they could ask for that to be renewed. That letter is supposed to be renewed every 2 years. You don't just get a prescription for a service animal. That's it. You're your service animal forever. That needs to be renewed every 2 years. You need to get a new prescription from the doctor. And here's a link for that information about service animals, but also I say beware of fake service animals. I think we've gone over that in chapter 4, where I gave examples of fake service animal websites that try to tell people, oh, you can get certified and our doctors will certify you and you'll be added to our database that any landlord can check our national database to make sure that to confirm that it's a service animal. Well, you know what? Any landlord that's been a landlord for more than a day is going to tell you, if you're telling me to go to a database to search if that's a service animal, you're full of crap. Because we got HIPAA laws that would prevent that from ever happening. Our medical privacy laws, there would be no publicly available database where somebody can check your medical needs. right? So late payments. Late payments can be charged to tenants, but you got to check your local rent control ordinances, which could affect how much you can charge and when you could charge. You know, before we go to that, let's go to page 207. On page 207, under security deposits, highlight the title, security deposits. And highlight the third sentence. Residential landlords may charge no more than 1.5 months rental figure as security deposit. The rest of the sentence says there's no maximum security that can be charged for commercial real estate. Now highlight the tenant is to be notified where the money is to be placed in a special interest-bearing account used only for security deposits. And the tenant is entitled to all the interest as a credit towards the rent on the anniversary of the lease. Continue highlighting. If the property is sold, the landlord turns over the deposit to the new owner and notifies the tenant. The landlord must return security deposits minus itemized deductions for damages done by the tenant within 30 days after the end of the lease. You don't need to study or highlight that violating that is double the security deposits, but that's the very next sentence there. All right, go to the next paragraph, late payments. That's where we're at now. And we're gonna highlight the title, late payment. And go to the second sentence on the third line and highlight landlords may charge tenants a penalty for late payment of rent. Exception is senior citizens receiving Social Security, old age railroad retirement pensions, or any other government pension must be given a 5-day grace period free of any late charges. Why is that?
I would think it's because they're getting their social security at a certain time.
Well, if the state is late in sending them their check,
Mm-hmm.
they don't want landlords penalizing them. So you
Yeah.
gotta, landlords have to give a 5-day grace period to certain people. People that are receiving government checks like Social Security benefits or old age railroad retirement pensions, because those are quasi-governmental agencies, or any other governmental or quasi-governmental pension. They have to be given a 5-day grace period free of late charges. And then I have a note there, always check your local rent control laws though. See, a lot of landlords, they know that they have to put a 5-day grace period in there, but they don't know why or to who. Now you know, because the government could be late sending them their check. The government doesn't want you to charge them late fees. Okay. So, legal principles of a lease. Turn the page. Leases include an implied covenant in there that the premises are fit for human habitation. Okay, a lease is where the tenant the landlord intentionally leases the premises to a tenant, who then takes possession of it. The tenant has to maintain those premises in good condition. They can't cause damages to the property. Now, can they do improvements? Well, not without the landlord's written permission. Even to paint their bedroom, they would need to have the landlord's permission about the approval for the colors or for any painting, like an improvement, including paint. If they're going to make any other improvements, the landlord could agree to them, but such improvements become fixtures. And then who owns the fixtures?
The landlord.
Landlord, because the fixture is part of the real estate. Now, the tenant would only be able to remove those fixtures if they had an agreement at the beginning when they installed it, that the landlord said that it's okay for them to remove it. Otherwise, the landlord can fight them on it and consider it damages and take it out of their security deposits. All right, maintenance of the premises. Leases carried an implied warranty of habitability, meaning that it's fit for human habitation and there's no condition that would cause the threat to the health or safety of anybody who enters those premises or is living there. So tenants have to return the property in the same condition that it's received. The landlord's responsible for repairs unless specified otherwise in the lease, but you got to check what your rent control laws are pertaining to that. I have some landlords that say, well, the lease basically says the tenant's responsible for damages. And I've had some landlords that put in a lease and the tenant is also responsible for the first $50 or $150 of any other repair. So for example, I'll give you an example where we had to put something like this into place with a tenant when I used to be a superintendent of an apartment building. And the landlords had to, I suggested that they did it because I was a realtor already at the time. There was this one tenant, he was a pain in the ass. You know, I did basic repairs for the landlord too, you know, plumbing stuff and all kinds of other basic repairs. And there's this one tenant that was constantly calling me because his faucet was always leaking. He had a leaky faucet. What happens when you have a leaky faucet? How do you fix that?
I think you just tighten it.
Well, that's what he kept doing. There's a washer there. It's leaking because the rubber washer that's in there is worn down or cracked. So you replace the washer. All you got to do is you take off the handle and then you turn off the water, take off the handle, and then you take off the valve. You got to pull the valve out. You unscrew the washer, you screw a new washer in, you put the valve back in, put the handle back on, turn the water back on, boom, it doesn't leak. Okay. I did that for him. The next week I get another call. It's leaking again. I go there, it's leaking. And it's not just leaking like drip, drip. It's like drip, 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 drip. And it's like, man, what the hell are you doing? You know, I just fixed this. And the guy constantly, his tub, his sink, the guy got some mental issues. I don't know. He figures that if you turn the valve closed, it should instantly stop the water, and there should be no drip after you turn it. Well, look, there's still gonna be water in the faucet that drips out, you know. And if he saw any water dripping out, he would crank and crank and crank until he split the rubber washer, and he'd break the washer because he kept cranking on it. He was the cause of breaking the washers. So at some point I told the landlord, I'm not going to keep on doing this bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm not going to keep doing this. You know, he's going to pay me for this. I got better stuff to do with my time than to fix his washer because he's got mental problems, you know? So when it came up time for renewal of his lease, they put in there that tenant's responsible for the first $150 repairs, because what happened also is he also damaged the fixture in the tub. He cranked on it to shut the water off, to the point that the handle snapped off. So he broke the fixture. So now we had to shut off the water, break out the wall, cut the pipes, install a new fixture altogether, the entire fixture, because he damaged the actual thing that couldn't be repaired anymore. So, you know, landlords should put some kind of a thing in there like that. Now that is damages. That is damages. But it could be an argument. Oh, it keeps leaking. It keeps leaking. It's the problem. So, you know, just to avoid that argument, the tenant's responsible for the first $150 of repairs. All right. And then it's up to the landlord if you want to actually charge him on it or not. So leases contain that implied warranty of habitability. We're on page 208, by the way, that the property is fit for human habitation. Now, landlord is responsible for repairs unless specified otherwise in the lease. The DCA, that's the Department of Community Affairs, inspects all buildings with 3 or more units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. So if you have a 3-family house and it's not owner occupied, the state will inspect that property anytime there's a transfer of sale, etc. Now, if it's a 3-unit building and the landlord, the owner, lives in one of the units, how many rental units are there? 2. So the state doesn't do the inspection on those buildings. Okay, it's important to understand this for exam. State inspects what buildings? Those with 3 or more units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. 4-unit building, it doesn't matter if the landlord lives in it or not. There's more than 3 rental units, state does the inspection. If rent is withheld by a tenant, it should be placed in an escrow account to motivate the landlord to do repairs. So sometimes tenants say, I know my rights, but they really don't know their rights. They hear a little bit of it. They do a little bit of research, but they don't truly understand what their rights are, or they misinterpret the law. Sometimes there could be a problem with the house and the landlord's not fixing it. The law allows a tenant to do a couple things. They could either have the repairs done themselves by a professional, but they have an obligation to try to save the landlord money by getting at least 3 quotes and going with the cheapest one, and get the work done and then deduct it from their rent. They're allowed to do that if the landlord fails to make the repairs themselves. Or the tenant can not pay the landlord rent until they can withhold the rent by not paying the landlord rent until the landlord fixes it. Now, tenants misinterpret that as meaning that I don't have to pay rent until the landlord fixes it. And once they fix it, I'm going to start resuming paying rent from that day forward. No, you got to pay the landlord all the back rent that you were withholding as well. It's just a way to try to force the landlord to pressure the landlord into fixing the thing. You're not getting paid the rent or any back rent until you do the repair. See, so a lot of times tenants misinterpret this law that they say, I don't have to pay rent until it's fixed. And then when it's fixed, I just start paying rent from that day forward. No, that's not the way it works. And those tenants end up getting evicted because the landlord takes them to court because they're not paying the rent. And the tenant has a legitimate argument. It's like, yeah, well, this was broken. You weren't fixing it, so I didn't pay the rent. Judge asked, well, did you fix it? Did the landlord fix it? Oh, yeah, they fixed it now. Okay. So what, you're not paying rent? Oh, no, I'm paying rent now. Then the landlord says, yeah, but they didn't pay me the back rent that they were withholding. And the judge would be like, is that true? So you were withholding that money. You weren't putting it in a bank account to hold it for when he does the repairs and then you pay him? No? Well, the law requires you do that. Do you have that money somewhere that you could pay him now? No? Well, then I have to order the eviction because you're not paying the rent. That's the way that it works. So you see what I mean by a little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing? Literally, a little bit of knowledge. You have a little bit of knowledge, it's not enough. You need to know more about it. Okay. So when doing things like that, a tenant should always consult with an attorney before taking such actions. All right. Under maintenance of premises, the 3rd paragraph down, highlight New Jersey does recognize the tenant's rights to repair and deduct.
Wait, say that one more time.
The 3rd paragraph down, under maintenance of premises,
Okay, got it.
highlight New Jersey does, if the landlord fails to make repairs, New Jersey does recognize the tenant's right to repair and deduct. And then the last sentence in that same paragraph, highlight if rent is withheld, it should be put in an escrow account and such measures should not be undertaken without consulting an attorney first. Now there's the next sentence, I would just put an asterisk next to it. It used to be on exam. Back in my day, it used to be on exam because I'm so old. But I don't even have it here in the slideshow. It used to be on exam, but I don't know if it is anymore. It says where heat's included in the rent. Between October 1 and May 1, all rooms must be heated to at least 68 degrees from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and at least 65 degrees at night. I don't think you need to know that for exam anymore, but it used to be on exam. So I'm just going to put a little asterisk next to it, and I wrote next to it on mine, not sure if it's on exam.
I'm sorry, my book closed. What page are we on again? I'm a little confused.
208.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What was the previous thing you said to underline?
So the paragraph where it says maintenance of premises, the third paragraph, you're gonna highlight
Jim.
the first line there and the last sentence in that third paragraph.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
got
welcome.
it.
Hold on for me for 1 second, guys. All right. Had to let some air in here. Open the window. Got the heat on.
It's so nice out.
I know, I got the heat on and it's freaking hot in this room, starting
Oh,
to sweat.
no. You gotta turn that heat off and open the windows.
I just opened the window. I'm not gonna go downstairs right now. We don't have that much of class left anyway. By the time that it takes effect, just open the window right now.
Straight on out.
Yeah, let the heat just go right out the window. Yeah, I know. Watching the money go out. All right. I don't want to waste any more time here in class though. So let's see, destruction of the premises. The tenant's responsible for any destruction. Terminating a lease, under terminating the lease on page 209. I want you to go down to, you see where all the bullet points are? Put a highlighted box around all them bullet points. We already went over this. But this stuff is spread throughout the throughout the chapter. I had it on a previous slide about the different types of leasehold estates and how much notice you need to give to terminate the lease early, or not terminate the lease early, but to terminate.
Mm-hmm.
Estate for years, no notice is needed because it's got an expiration date in it. Periodic estate for varying periods, depending on the term of the lease. Tenancy at sufferance, no notice is needed. Tenancy at will, 3 months notice, right? That's all that is. Turn the page, 210. So what kind of buildings require the state inspection? Those with 3 or more rental units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in, right? So I have that written here. We call that state inspection that's done by the DCA, Department of Community Affairs, a green card inspection. That's the industry lingo. We call it a green card inspection. Why do we call it green card? Well, because when you pass the inspection, they give you a card that is green. It says you passed the inspection and the card was on paper that was green. So it came to be known as the green card inspection, but that's a state inspection. And who does the state inspection? The DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, sends out state inspectors that would inspect the property. And trust me, they always find something wrong. If you got anybody selling the property, it's 3 or more units, you know what? Don't even sweat it. Go into that inspection knowing that they're going to find problems. The landlord should already know that. So don't be on such a tight timeline that you're going to expect to go through the inspection, pass the inspection, and continue on. You're going to get that inspection. The landlord's going to have to do repairs. Then you're going to have to get it re-inspected. All right, that's the way it works. It's just the way it works. State inspectors, they eat, breathe, and sleep the building codes. And they'll find something wrong with new construction. I got a friend that's a state inspector for not for residential property, but commercial properties. He's done schools before, but he's mainly for commercial properties. He's right now he's a state inspector that does those what's that that Xanadu thing or whatever the hell they're calling it now. You guys know what I'm talking about? What's that?
That crazy in Sea Caucus or whatever?
Yeah. He's a state inspector that he's on site there a lot of times. You know, it's like he's practically living there. So as they do work there in the construction of that massive project, he's there inspecting different things. He's like, oh, that's got to be done that way. That's got to be done that way. He inspects the work to see if they did it the way he told them to or not. This guy's got a stick shoved so far up his butt. He's like this with the rules, you know. Now, this is my buddy, but he's got when it comes to the work, the code, he's like, well, the code, and he'll like quote you to quote the building codes. He's like, well, a code like this requires it to be like that, you know. Look, I play pool with this guy in a pool league, so we play at various bars. It's a bar league. Sometimes we'll go out to a bar, and we're going inside the bar. We go up the steps or whatever it is, and the guy's like, he's like walking back and forth and looking at something. I'm like, Kurt, what's up? What are you doing? And he's like, well, that's not right. I'm like, give it a rest, dude. I'm like, you're not on the job right now. Come on inside, get a shot and a beer, relax, you know? And the guy's over there looking at how much of a lip there is to where the door is and the step is, and the building code only allows no more than 3/4 of an inch, you know? I mean, look, I'm starting to know some of the code because from being around the guy, you know? It's ridiculous. These guys eat and breathe the code. They'll find something wrong. All right. So I tell them, get the stick out of your ass and come in here and have a drink. Relax. You know, you need to relax. You need to find a girlfriend. That's what you need. The guy's very uptight, and a lot of those state inspectors are like that. So just count on them finding problems is my point. All right. So these buildings have to have inspections at least once every 5 years for buildings with 3 or more units. That state inspection has to get done at least once every 5 years. So when we have somebody that's buying they're selling a property, guess what? We need to make sure that green card is up to code. That green card is up to date. It's updated. Because if it's expired or if it's coming near, I'll advise any buyer, you know, require that the seller get a green card inspection before you buy it, because it could be all kinds of problems that need to get fixed first. Now, hotels and motels must be inspected at least once every 3 years, and the state inspectors can come in on their own without giving any notice. They could just pop in and do inspections on those types of buildings. So how often does state inspection got to be done on the 3+ units?
Every 5
Once.
5 years.
At least once every 5 years. That's a state inspection. And who does the inspection at the state?
DCA.
The Department of Community
Okay.
Affairs. Okay, so you'll get a question about this on exam. How often does this, what types of buildings require a state inspection?
3+ units, not counting
3+
the
units,
neighborhood.
and how often? At least once every 5 years, and it's done by DCA. You don't need to know the term green card for exams. You just need to know it's a state inspection. That's the way they're going to refer to it. In real life, when you're in the business, other real estate agents are going to ask you, hey, does that building got its green card? Or you could have an investor that's looking to buy it and they know the lingo. They're like, hey, does that building got its green card yet? When did it last have its green card? And if you don't know what they're talking about, you start looking at them like they got 3 heads, they're not going to want to do business with you. They're like, this agent doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Okay, so you got to understand that lingo. Now, when utilities are included in the rent, landlords may not turn off the services. Oh, we already had that. Okay, this was a little bit of out of order here. Okay. Okay, legal principles of a lease. Wow. They made some modifications to the book that I don't see. Some things they just omitted altogether. Oh, wait, you know what? This may be on the last page. No, it's not. Assignment, subleasing, destruction of the premises. So wait, that may have been previous. Okay, now we're in the right spot still. Okay, so where in the book I see this, I don't know, but I see the assignment, subleasing, destruction. This is all in this section on page 208, 209. But when a lease gets transferred, somebody assigns a lease to somebody else. Is the original lessee still responsible for their obligation of paying the rent?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Even if the person they're subletting to doesn't pay the rent, they still have to. Destruction of the premises, the tenant's responsible for that. Any damages, we already went over that. Termination of the lease before the lease has expired is considered to be breach of contract. Now, that pertaining to fixtures, that's what I don't see here right now. You guys see anything here in the book on pertaining to fixtures?
Trade fixtures says on it. That's it.
All right, just remember with fixtures, you know what a fixture is? It's part of the real estate. But what's a trade fixture? Well, if you're renting a space for conducting a business, trade fixtures, we went over this stuff in chapter 5, actually. So I'm just bringing it up again, I guess, because it used to be in here. Now it's not, but I still got it in the slideshow. A trade fixture is any fixture that's used for business purposes, right? It would be the barber's chair in a barber shop, the sinks in a beauty salon where they wash your hair and they got the cutaway, the pumps at a gas station, the gas pumps at a gas station, the shelving in a supermarket. These are all trade fixtures. They're used for business purposes. And these trade fixtures can be removed by the tenant as long as they remove them before the lease expires. Is it possible for a trade fixture to become a fixture and part of the real estate?
Yes.
Yes.
How?
If it's part, if you add it on the on that paper, oh, I forgot what it's called, but where it has all of the it was gonna be included and what's not going to be included.
If you leave it there after the lease expires.
If you did not remove the fixture before the lease expires, that trade fixture becomes part of the real estate and it becomes a fixture. It doesn't need to be in writing. It's your personal property. You don't need to have anything in writing about removing your own personal property. But if the lease expires and you didn't remove it, anything you left behind becomes the landlord's property. Make sense? So the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, annually updates this booklet called the Truth in Renting booklet. So it publishes annual updated statements on the rights and duties of residential landlords and their tenants in the form of a booklet, which they no longer print. However, you can get it online from the website, from the DCA. I have 2 links here below. You could go to these websites and you could get them in English and Spanish. They're available. Who do you need to give them to? Well, any of those buildings that require that state inspection every 3 years. And what building? Every 5 years. What buildings are those? Those with 3 or more rental units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. So that's what this slide basically says. And then here's a list of those. Here's some links to those truth in renting booklets on the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs website. Let me click on it. No, I got to minimize it in order for it to take us to a website. Sorry about that. Let me minimize it. Boom. And here's the website. Oops. Hope I didn't click on a link here. All right. You guys see the website?
Yeah, we see
Yeah.
it.
All right. So this is the DCA, Department of Community Affairs website. And they have all kinds of resources here. You can see resources here on the right, resources here on the left. They got legal services for low-income people or people that are in need that can't afford them. Here's the contact information for Division of Civil Rights, for discrimination. All kinds of information is listed here, including the Truth in Renting booklet. You see this link? That's I also have this link separately on the slideshow. You see right here? That's that same link. So let's go back to the website. And if you were to click on this, it'll pull up the truth in renting booklet eventually. Here's the truth in renting booklet. The guide for the rights and responsibilities of residential tenants and landlords. Landlord's got to give this to what tenants again?
All tenants?
Residential.
What residential? In buildings with 3 or more units, not
Rental
counting
units.
the unit the landlord lives in.
Landlord lives
Now, a
in.
lot of these laws apply to all tenants. However, the law only requires that landlords in buildings with 3 or more rental units give it to the tenants. And then in addition to that, they have to publish it in a hallway somewhere, like on a bulletin board as well. And it goes over all the different rights of the tenant. And it even gives resources for tenants who may be in a hardship situation. They can't afford their heating bills or what have you, or trouble paying the rent, legal help, assistance. Now, I'm not going to go through this. This is a 55-page document here, but you could just at least see what, you know, through the contents here. Self-help on evictions, about having pets and stuff, foreclosure, all kinds of information, discrimination. It goes over all kinds of information here. Okay.
Mm.
All right, now back to the slideshow. So I want you to highlight on page 210. The booklet, the Truth in Renting booklet is just highlight the Truth in Renting booklet at the top of the page. The booklet, the Truth in Renting booklet. And then there's 2 website links there for it in English and Spanish. And I want you to write above that, well, a bit. I got a bit written down here. I have in my book, I wrote down, Truth in Renting booklet only required for tenants and buildings requiring green card inspection with 3 or more units, not counting the unit landlord lives in. You don't got to write all that, but write something to that effect. You need to know what tenants are required to be given the Truth in Renting booklet. 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in. So write something to that effect there at the top of the page.
Okay, one more time. Has to be given to 3+ units.
Has
not
to be given to,
counting-
yep, it has to be given to tenants and buildings with 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in.
Does that mean if the building is, say, it's a 3-person building, but the landlord lives in one, he doesn't have to give it to anybody?
Correct.
But that's different from getting the inspection, even though
No,
he
it's the
lives
same
in
for
one.
the estate. No, it's the same for the inspection. If you have a 3-unit building and the landlord lives in one of the units, doesn't require the state inspection because there's how many rental units are available. It goes by rental units. There's only 2 rental units. So therefore 2 rental units don't require state inspection. 3 rental units or more do. Now, I've had people in this class before say, I got a 3-family house and that's bullshit because I required it. And I said, no, you don't. You got to be clear with the state that you're not a renter, that, oh, you only have 2 rental units. 2 rental units do not require the state inspection. 3 rentals do. They probably had it at one point in the past that it was all rented out. And so the state has it on file as being a 3 rental unit, but it's only a 2 rental now if you're the owner and you're living in one of those units. Doesn't require state inspection every 5 years. They don't need to be all up in your business, all right? You only need to have the local city inspector inspect anytime you change tenants. And that's usually not going to be even the city building inspector. It's probably going to be like the fire marshal comes out. You only need the whole building inspected when you sell it. Okay. Everybody got that note down?
Yes.
All right. So what does the Truth in Renting booklet basically do? The next paragraph just explains what the Truth in Renting booklet does. It just explains the tenant's rights and the landlord's obligations. And who do you got to give it to? Residential tenants in buildings with 3 or more rental units available. All leases have to disclose the owners of the managers. That's the next paragraph here. Leases have to disclose the names and addresses of the owner or property manager. They need to have some sort of a contact for emergencies. And federal crime insurance, if it's in high crime areas, they got to be notified that federal crime insurance is available, subsidized through at a low cost through HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development. I don't know what the hell that's going to cover, because look, you could go get renter's insurance and get a $60,000 personal coverage of all your personal items in your rental for less than $100 a year. So I don't know what the hell, how they're going to subsidize that. What, you can't afford $100 a year? I mean, how poor you got to be not to afford a $100 policy? But anyway, they got it available. Okay, the Americans with Disabilities Act. This will absolutely be on exams. Anybody know what this is? The Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. This was actually a law that was passed in the early 90s that that the purpose of it was to prevent discrimination in the workplace against persons who are disabled. So just knowing that, what kind of properties does this deal with? Commercial. So ADA was created to prevent discrimination in the workplace against persons with disabilities. Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial buildings and requires them to be handicap accessible. All new construction has to be handicap accessible because it's easier to make a new building handicap accessible when you're building it than retrofitting and modifying an existing structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what about existing structures? Well, the ADA does require that existing structures become or get retrofitted to be handicap accessible as well, if it's reasonably achievable. What does that mean? That means reasonably achievable accommodations means at little cost without massive retrofitting. In other words, if there's no way for us to put in ramping here, or we got to put in an elevator, but that would require massive retrofitting of the building at a great expense, then you don't got to do it. But such reasonable accommodations could be like putting in grab bars, you know, for people in wheelchairs or that have difficulty standing. Putting in push bars on doors instead of twist handles. Putting in do you have to lower the water fountain for people in wheelchairs so they can get access to the water? No, the ADA does recommend workarounds as well. And some of those achievable accommodations would be installing a cup dispenser next to a water fountain. It achieves the same goal. The person with the disability could get access to the water still, right? They hit the water fountain, they put the cup up there, they get the water, okay? They don't need to have a lower water fountain. It still accomplishes the same goal. However, you better make sure you don't run out of cups, because then some ambulance chasing person's going to be there nearby saying, oh, it's not, they don't have it available for the handicapped person in the wheelchair, because you ran out of cups, you know? When this law first passed, there was a lot of that going around. You get a lot of attorneys that were basically going to strip malls and business fronts, and they saw people pulling up with handicap plates or with crutches or something, and they would walk up to them and they'd be like, hey, you know, these laws passed that prevent discrimination in commercial properties. Here's a list of things to look out for. If you see any of these things in that store, check them off here and come back out to me. We could talk, we could make some money. And then they would sue the businesses and the business's insurance. Why do you think the cost of everything has gone up tremendously? You know, a well-meaning law that's put in place to protect somebody. Well, how come politicians never put frivolous lawsuits, that they don't put legislation in place that prevent, you know, frivolous lawsuits? Well, because they're in bed with the attorneys, you know. And this is what some of the things that they do sometimes. You get these ambulance chasing type attorneys. Now they created a law like this. So now they're going over there trying to just create lawsuits. But the attorney can't just walk into the business, but they could have somebody who's handicapped walk in because now they've experienced it. The handicapped person has experienced that discrimination. So now we can sue them. Okay. So ADA, what does it deal with? Making properties, commercial properties, handicap accessible, right? What kind of properties?
Commercial.
Commercial. All right. You will get something about this on exams. It's Title III of the ADA deals with making commercial properties accessible. And they'll give you a question on exams like, which one of these properties have to be in compliance with ADA standards? And then they'll say an apartment building, a single family house, or a multiplex movie theater. Out of those three that I gave you,
What
which
was the last two? Because it seems to me like
Okay.
it's the last one.
a single family house, an
Mhm.
apartment building, or a multiplex movie theater.
Movie theater.
The movie theater, it's a commercial property. It's this law applies to commercial properties, not the residential, right? All right, so let's highlight the title, Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA. Then the third paragraph, highlight Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial properties. Then the next paragraph, highlight to protect owners of existing structures from massive expensive remodeling, the ADA recommends reasonably achievable accommodations to provide access to the facilities and the services. And then underline reasonably achievable accommodations. You need to know that term because you could get a question like this as well. What is the ADA's recommendations when it comes to retrofitting existing structures to be handicap accessible? And the correct answer option would be reasonably achievable accommodations. All right.
Okay, makes sense.
You will get a question about this on exams. All right. Now, other kinds of accommodations would be installing ramping for wheelchair access, changing the directions in which doors open, adding braille to elevator buttons for blind people, and adding auditory signals for them, look, handicap parking spaces for people with disabilities can be set aside where appropriate, okay, depending on what your local municipality's laws are on it. On page 211, I want you to highlight that after the bulleted list. Handicap parking spaces for people with disabilities can be set aside where appropriate. Turn to page 212. Remember, anytime that we're going to collect money in advance for somebody, we got to put it in an escrow account, right? When the money is how much?
$25 or more.
$25 or more. And remember with rental referral agencies, how often do we need to check, see if a property is still available, if it's just advertised?
Every
One
day.
day.
Every
Every
day.
day.
And if it's only listed for sale but not advertised, every 3 days, right?
Every 3 days.
So you got that right here in that slide in front of you. Rent control. What are rent control laws? Well, I want you to write in your book next to the title rent control, which we did this actually in earlier chapter 2, I think, but I want you to write it here, rent control. I want you, actually, I don't think we did. Write rules set by each municipality. Actually, yeah, you could write that. But look, even in the first sentence under it, it says individual communities set their own rent control regulations. So above the word communities, write each municipality.
Wait, what page are we on?
where it says rent
Oh, rent
control on page
control, okay,
212,
okay, got it. Yes.
you're gonna
thank you.
write each municipality above where it says individual communities. Each municipality. Set their own rent control regulations. Okay, so these are rules set by each municipality, so they could vary greatly from one to the next. They could say that a landlord cannot terminate a lease under certain circumstances, or they can't raise the rent more than a certain amount, or they can have all kinds of rules like this. Okay, they can't charge late payments over a certain amount, or what have you. You got to check what your local rent control rules are when renting. If your town has rent control laws, not all towns have rent control. Now, rent control is another one of these well-intentioned laws. It's meant to help people, protect people from slumlords, basically. But rent control from slumlords who are jacking up the rent on people constantly, or trying to pressure people to get out so that they could get a different tenant in there, maybe that's going to pay a higher rent. So rent control rules, there's all kinds of rules in place for who you can evict, how you could evict them, how you could raise rent, how much you could raise it by, late fee penalties you could charge, things like that. If your municipality has them, not all municipalities have rent control rules. So we got to be aware of them. Now, rent control is a double-edged sword. It's a well-intentioned law. What do I mean by that? Well-intentioned. How could it be bad? It helps people from bad landlords, doesn't it? Well, it's a double-edged sword in the regard that if rent control prevents a landlord from raising the rents over the period of years as time goes on, the landlord's rent is not going to be in line with cost of living expenses. It's also not going to be in line with, they may not be collecting enough rent to maintain the building. So as the years go on, they may not be collecting enough rent to be able to maintain the building and earn money off of it. First of all, they're not doing this for free, being a landlord, right? That's their job. That's how they earn money. That's how they make a living. It was an investment for them. So if it gets to the point that, do I not get a profit, or do I make repairs to the building? What do you think they're going to choose?
Repair to the buildings.
They're not going to make the repairs to the building. They got to live. That's their income. So this well-intentioned law to prevent slumlords is actually going to create slums over the years. Because as time goes on, if the landlord is not able to collect enough rent to maintain the building and turn a profit, they're going to select turn a profit over the building. And after a while, they're going to basically, these rent control, well-intentioned rent control laws actually end up doing what they were meant to prevent. They actually create a building that's crumbling and falling apart, and now you're living in a crap hole, right? So why am I explaining this all to you? I'm explaining this because as a real estate agent, you may be searching listings for investors, and you see a property that's kind of cheap for a multi-family building or apartment building or whatever. It's kind of cheap for its price. And then you look at there, see, wow, look how much they're charging for rents. They're not charging a lot of rents. That's below market rates. So you're like, wow, this is a pretty good investment. You could get in here, turn in here, fix up this building, jack up the rents. You better bite your lip, my friend, before you start puffing to that investor to buy that building. You better check if that town has rent control, because if they have rent control, you may not be able to. And that's the very reason why they're looking to sell the building. See, so be careful about your puffing. What's puffing?
Making it bigger.
Exaggeration as salesmanship, as long as it's not meant to deceive, right? So don't go telling people that this is a good property, it's underpriced, the rents can always be jacked up, because they may not be able to if it's in a rent control town. So evictions. who cannot be evicted from a condominium conversion. We learned about this in an earlier chapter. Certain persons cannot be evicted during a condo conversion if they meet the following requirements. They lived there for at least 2 years before the conversion began, and they're at least 62 or older, or certain disabled persons cannot be evicted. If their income is less than 3 times their county's per capita income, or in any case, less than $50,000. If they meet all these requirements, they may remain as tenants for the next 40 years, right? So let's highlight that again. Under eviction, in the second paragraph, it's pretty much most of the second paragraph after the first sentence. Or just put a highlighted box around it. You guys get that?
Mhm.
Yeah.